This is probably the automation game that I was most looking forward to releasing. This is Plan B Terraform, and we need to turn this hunk of space rock into a livable, breathable, enjoyable place. So that's exactly what we are going to do. Welcome to Orbital 412F. Yes, thank you very much. We're not going to worry too much about the tutorial because I hope that I have got enough knowledge to explain to you what is going on. So, we have 3 cities. We've got a little mini-map up in the top left-hand corner. New Bogota, New Toronto, New Istanbul. Excellent. We are going to be growing these cities into, hopefully, metropolises over the course of the game. We've got some objectives up at the top here. Our current objective is to produce 5 extractors in the assembly plant, and we've got these items to do it. So, this game does a couple of things very interestingly. There's a couple of resource patches around here. We're going to be diving into these immediately. So, one of the interesting things that this game does is that you have a limited number of buildings that you can place. The extractor, for example, we've only got 6 of them. We need to be a little bit careful about where we place them and why we place them where we do. For example, I'm going to place 3 extractors around this sort of central block, and the reason being is that depots form a crucial part of the way that this game's automation and transportation system operate. We've got a little drone here. The little drone is going to collect up the iron ore after it has been mined from this little extractor here. Boom. And you're going to plonk it down on the depot. At the moment, it's not a very big depot. It's not a very fast drone. Don't worry about that. That will all be upgraded over the course of the game. Now, next piece of the jigsaw is a factory. From the factory, we can turn our iron ore into steel bars, and that is exactly what we are going to do. From there, it's a quick little depot to store steel bars, and then from there, it's an assembly plant. Very simply, the assembly plant makes the final products, the extractor and the depot, and the factory makes the intermediate products. Of course, the extractors will be added back to our inventory. We don't need to store them in the output. They will literally just be made, and that will allow us to expand the number of extractors that we've got, and if we're able to expand the number of extractors that we're able to get, we're able to mine more, we're able to expand more, we're able to build more, which is just grand. So, this is a production line that makes extractors. Brilliant. I will get a production line over here very quickly, which makes depots. Excellent. And we throw a depot right in the center there, and that should be good enough. Now, it's nothing special, but look, as you can see, we are already making a little bit of progression, which is quite nice, and we have already started to accumulate a few spare excavators, or extractors, whatever they're called, in order to mine more stuff, which is definitely very useful. Either way, let's skip forward in time to when I've got 5 extractors, and then let's see what our next objective is. And there we go. We have done it. Fantastic. Earth Organization President. I'm going to skip past whatever you say because I'm not interested. Our next objective over here is to produce 5 factories in the assembly plant, and we've unlocked these materials to do it. Mechanical parts. Mechanical parts can make factories, and mechanical parts can also make assembly plants, so that is important. It's probably worth us getting a brand new production line in order to do this, just because. And yeah, it's also worth noting, I didn't highlight exactly, but the depots can only pick stuff up within a 1-tile range. That is very lame at the present moment, but that will absolutely change. Right, so you're going to make steel bars from the iron, and then we're going to get another one over here, and you are going to make... you're going to hold steel bars, you are going to make mechanical parts. Excellent. And then from there, we're going to get an assembly plant. Nope, not in there at all, actually. We're going to get an assembly plant out here, which stores mechanical parts. A depot that stores mechanical parts. And then a assembly plant, which is going to assemble assembly plants. No, it's going to assemble factories, because we actually need to assemble factories as part of our objective right now. I think if you've got enough mechanical parts, if we see enough mechanical parts just chilling here, then maybe we can get another... Maybe we can get another sort of offshoot. We could get another assembly plant over here, but that doesn't really seem like a very good idea. So I'm thinking what I want to do is basically create another production line. Now, I realize this is somewhat simplistic at the present moment, but... Excuse me. There we go. Let's store mechanical parts there. You can also see, by the way, the color of the sort of center thing kind of reflects the color of whatever it is storing on top of it. Our scientific team have developed a way to produce concrete. Your cities will need concrete to grow. And indeed, we'll get to this in just a second. And it's very exciting stuff because it is roads, rails, and a whole bunch of shenanigans, which will be forthcoming. And I'm very excited to explore Very excited to explore road and rail stuff. But let's get... There we go. Let's just get another production line for assembly plants. That's looking good. It's feeling good. That is great. Okay, this is also a transportation game. I didn't mention that earlier. Well, maybe I did, but I mean, now it's worth highlighting because it really is a transportation game and we've got the opportunity to build a road. Now, road will require concrete, and concrete can be made from sulfur. That is this yellow stuff over here. Sulfur-rich regolith. Excellent. Now, where do I want to extract sulfur from? I mean, that doesn't really look like a great place. I ideally want it to be in somewhat close proximity to New Bogota. So, I mean, there's not really that many great places, but we'll roll with here. It's fine. Right, what's the recipe? What is the recipe? Concrete is literally just 3 sulfur into 1 concrete. Absolutely fine. Very happy to do that. And we will store concrete over here. Now, a truck is a few mechanical parts, okay, and it's made in an assembly plant. That is worth noting. And roads are used to transport containers. Excellent. And we also have a supply center. Now, a supply center is going to cost me 5 concrete in order to build in an assembly plant, which is fine. We'll get to that in just a second. But we need to basically build this in proximity to New Bogota in order to supply it with goods, which I am quite happy to do. Now, let's get an assembly plant over here. What do I want to make? I mean, I want to make a lot of things. Supply center, yep, we'll do that. We've not got much concrete coming through, but that's all right. I wonder if I could create like a... I mean, instead of creating like distinct production lines, I could always try and be a little bit more sort of measured about how I do this. So, for example, if we put a factory here that we say, hey, we want this factory to make concrete, and then we just put a depot in here and say, hey, you can now supply concrete from 2 factories. That's a bit of an improvement, isn't it? Certainly not bad. I mean, we don't need tons and tons and tons of supply centers, but I definitely do need them. We'll also make just another production line over here. I'm not quite sure what we're going to put in this production line, but it will be something concrete related, quite obviously. You'll be concrete. Excellent. And then from here, an assembly plant. And what do we want to make? Road? Yeah, I think we probably want road. I mean, there's actually nothing else that we can make with concrete, to be fair. Okay, so road is coming through. 1 concrete gives us 4 roads, so there's actually quite a lot of latitude with that. That's really quite nice. We've got a few supply centers coming through. Excellent. I love the fact that you have to make everything. I think that's a really, really sort of satisfying operation. Our objective, by the way, is to reach a total population of 20, which I am going to do right now, in fact. Let's make it happen. So, supply center needs to go here. Brilliant. What do we supply you with? It's concrete. Okay. That's good. I don't think I really want to touch... I don't really want to touch this operation. This is my industrial concrete operation. I feel like I need a sort of residential concrete operation, if that's not too much of an oxymoron. Yeah, there we go. Let's get a residential concrete operation started. So we'll just get a very simple factory. Concrete, yeah. I mean, at the moment we've got no real bottlenecks. We're actually pretty fine. We're actually pretty fine for everything. Now, it is time. It is time to think about getting some trucks. Now, I don't actually have any... I mean, I don't really have any plans for a truck production line, but I guess I might as well make one right now. Good. We'll do steel and then mechanical parts right here. Store steel, make mechanical parts. From mechanical parts, assembly line for trucks. And then just pop a depot right on into the middle for that. Okay, so I mean, it's not exactly going to set the world alight, but it's at least sort of 3 different production lines that hopefully we won't have to sort of worry about too much. Worth noting, by the way, that each of these sort of each of these ore patches have got different mineral quantities in them. The bigger ones obviously have more. They will run out quite fast. I mean, it doesn't take an awfully long time for this number to go down. So, you know, we do need to be somewhat sensitive to the fact that that is going to be happening over the course of time. But either way, it's all looking good. We've got a residential route up and running. What we need to do is we need to link up. I mean, I could destroy this and instead build it like here. That might be slightly better. We can supply concrete directly. It's time to build a road. It is time to build a road. We want a road to go, I mean, as far as we basically can reach. We don't quite have the resources to get all the way down to here, but we will in just a little bit. Yeah, speaking of road, I think I'm going to swap this to road manufacturing and this to supply center manufacturing, because quite simply, we just don't need that many supply centers, but we do need a lot of roads, so it makes perfect sense to swap these two production lines totally around. Let's do a little bit more road, shall we? Come down to here. Great. That is looking quite nice. So, the next part of the puzzle is to get a truck onto the road. And we're going to say, hey, truck is going to deliver from here all the way up to here. Brilliant. Origin to destination, transport concrete. Yes, we are very, very happy about that. How many vehicles do I want on this line? I would like as many as I possibly can. Oh, look at the speed that happened, by the way. Let's bang on 80 or so like that. Very, very nice indeed. Right, we're all set up, ready to rock and roll. We've got a line. It's got a whole bunch of trucks on. They should be picking up the resources. They should be taking them from the depot over to the depot over here, unloading into the supply center. And that will give us, I hope anyway, if we go into 3 times speed, that will give us, I hope, just a little bit of growth in New Bogota, which is very, very cool indeed. Looking good. So each lorry can carry 2 sort of like loads of concrete, I guess, which is good. Annual demand is 10. I think we can meet that. Boom. Look at that. Look at that. We're actually seeing 100% satisfactory levels of growth. That is fantastic. Now, are we going to be able to see a little bit of growth in New Bogota? I think we are. It's growing. It's at 100% at the moment. Our population is currently 3. I may need to go around and do this with New Istanbul and New Toronto, but I'm going to give it a little bit of time. I'm going to give Bogota a little bit of time and see where it ends up. Oh, it's just gone up by 1. It's just gone up by 1. Amazing. The first new building has been built. It's been built out the back. I don't think it actually means anything for us, but it's just a good sign. Look at that. Up to 5 population already. It's just a good sign that it's growing. We got loads and loads of concrete here. I'm very happy with that. I'm not so happy about this little squiggle here, but I don't really care. We can address that later. Besides, when we get trains, it's going to change everything. Either way, I'm really happy with how New Bogota is looking at the moment. Look at that. New Bogota, it's grown. Look at population of 14. Fantastic. That's a planet-wide population of 20, by the way. Well done. To grow further, the cities will need oxygen. Their own generators won't be enough. Well, I think we can try and make that happen. So, what have we got? Aluminum, or aluminium. We got carbon, oxygen, atmospheric extractor, which is made in an assembly plant, and a landmark tower. Okay, I like it a lot. Advanced interface. Don't care about that. Let's just ignore that for now. So, our next milestone is a population milestone. That is fine. So you currently just need concrete, although I think that is going to be changing, or it will be changing at some point. Right. So let's check out the recipes. The atmospheric extractor is mechanical parts and aluminium bars. Aluminium. That's a new type of resource. Also, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking it's probably time that we're going to have to be using advanced transportation mechanics in order to get goods and resources from place to place. That is almost certainly what we will be required to do. Now, let's get a new iron production line. Absolutely, we'll get that all in place here. The landmark tower display custom text in the main view. Use it to locate various industrial areas. Okay, that's maybe something that I want to build. I mean, I don't think I need to give it much sort of thoughts. We'll just build one of these over here, and then just, you know, survival of the fittest. Whoever gets the concrete first you can make whatever you need, because frankly, I don't think I need 23 supply centers. So there we go. We'll leave that there. Now, back to the main attraction. We're setting up a brand new production line here. This production line is going to start normal. Great. We're going to make steel bars, and in fact, I wonder if there is an opportunity to perhaps maybe, just maybe, extend... yeah, extend the sort of production range of this just a little bit more so that we can get a little bit more iron into this factory, a little bit more iron ore into the factory. Either way, we can deal with the repercussions of that a little bit later on. So we're making steel bars here. We're going to make mechanical parts from... Going to make mechanical parts from this. That's good. Steel bars, great. Excellent. And then we're also going to get 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think we're going to have you just make pure iron. Or pure steel, even. So that's good. And then from there, let's think about this. The assembly plant, we want you to make what? We want you to make the atmospheric extractor. Aluminium bar and... Okay. We got a couple of different options here. One, we could just make it, like, here. We could just say, hey, no. Yeah, atmospheric extractor here. Great. Mechanical parts. Store them here. Great. Let's also ditch you as well if we don't need you. And then we could go down here, which is what I think I'm going to do in hindsight. This is exactly my plan. It's a nice good bit of extractor location. We go here. We say aluminium bars. It's from aluminium ore. Fine. We go there. We say bars. And then we get a road, preferably straighter than the one that supplies the city. That would be good. And we go to, like, here. Let's just do that for... don't love that, but it's fine. So you are going to be my atmospheric extractor. We're going to put this... in here, we're going to say bars. Great. We can get a feeder resource. And that will go up there like so. And we can ditch that for good measure. Whatever. Don't really care. Right. Here to here. That should be good. Aluminium bars. Great. Let's get like, I don't know, 6. 6 feels like a good number. 6 feels like a very good number of resources to get going there. It's going to take a little while for us to get a bit more production up and running. And actually, I could do... Yeah, you know what? I could do something more. I could do something more here. Not aluminium bars, though. We need... What is it? Aluminium ore. That's what we're after. Great. And then this, copy, paste it into there. Delete, delete, and set this as the aluminium bar output. Yeah, we need to probably remove this line, but look, that gives us effectively double production, which is really quite satisfying. What I do like about this game is that it's so easy to just, like, set up routes. It's so easy to do all of the different things. I mean, look at how quickly I did all of that. Effectively doubling our aluminium production, which is a pretty big deal, I think, and will really, really help out. Right, atmospheric extractors, it's not quite happening yet, but we are getting there. You've got aluminium bars coming along. That is wonderful. Now, does New Bogota need something else now? Are you after oxygen? You absolutely are. So, once we've built a singular atmospheric extractor, which will be coming online soon, I would imagine. Once we've built a single one of these, we will be able to see in action what it is all about. And I think it's just a case of we plonk it down and we say, hey, yeah, make oxygen. That's actually very, very easy. Right. Do we want an oxygen farm? I mean, that sounds ridiculous to say, but do we want an oxygen farm somewhere? We might. We might. Yeah, you know what? Why not put down another... Why not put down another storage... I mean, depot. I mean, we have to put down another storage depot. I don't know why I'm saying like it's an option. But let's make it like over here, I guess. There's no real reason not to, right? We got 2 of them. Let's oxygen. Whap a depot down in there. And right up to here. Good. I don't know, like 6 trucks? 6 trucks seems like a good amount to me. The good news is that I have also, rather carefully, left a little bit of room for expansion over here. I suppose maybe I could have left even more room for expansion by moving this stop over to this area, but I did not do that. So instead, we're just gonna roll with this. Either way, that is the first oxygen that we are going to start to see come into New Bogota, which I think should be enough. Also, I am absolutely going to reduce the number of vehicles that we have on this concrete line. Let's leave it at 4. I suspect strongly that we're going to start to go through this concrete a heck of a lot quicker once we get up to speed. But at least I think, maybe the, 8 trucks is just a little bit too many. Either way, very, very happy with how this is looking. Let's see if we can try and get to 50 population. New Bogota is looking like a proper city now. That's brilliant. We've invented stronger concrete that is going to allow cities to build higher buildings. Okay, we've got polymer bars. That's made from carbon. Carbon is made in the atmospheric extractors. Reinforced concrete is concrete plus steel bar. And a depot mark II. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. That's an aluminium bar and some polymer bars in an assembly plant. Very, very useful indeed. And that's going to give us a much wider collection range, which is quite handy. Right, what's my objective? It's a population milestone goal. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. What do you need? Do you need advanced concrete? I suspect that you will need advanced concrete. Whether or not I can supply that, I mean, I can supply it. I don't know why I'm pretending. Right. So, yeah, what was it? Polymer was just straight up from carbon. I mean, we could always just make polymers up here, but I mean, there doesn't really seem to be any need to do that. We might as well make it like over here. I mean, let's do carbon, 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 carbon. Brilliant. Oh, look at that. Yeah, we could get a depot mark II right in the middle there and then have even more carbon getting supplied. Oh, that would be glorious. But not quite yet, Potato. Don't get ahead of yourself. Don't get ahead of yourself. It's fine. It's fine. For now, though, let's just get another steel bar production line. Now, my thought process is, if I just keep on building new production lines, nothing will conflict with anything else, and if that happens, then that means that I can get away with just, not thinking too much about what's actually happening. What do I need? I need an assembly plant here. Yep, and then you are going to make... What am I trying to make? Depot Mark II, isn't it? Yes, but I will need a factory over here in order to make polymers. Yeah, that's it. So it's a little bit far away, isn't it? I feel like I've maybe done this area a disservice. Say polymer bars, and then, yeah, so I might actually just rework this real quick. Yeah, probably a good lesson there is to try and work backwards from what you're, from what you're building in order to try and... Oh, it's aluminium bars. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. We're just gonna trash this. Yeah, work backwards, Potato says. And then, yeah, that just doesn't even build the right thing. Actually, it doesn't matter, because all we're gonna do is grab this, come up here, make sure that I don't, ideally, tackle any of the iron patch that we've already got. Is there still aluminium coming out of here in relatively large quantities? Yeah, there is. There absolutely is. Here's the other thing that we can do. We can build a factory right here, making more aluminium, and a factory right there making more aluminium as well. So this is going to be the aluminium zone. Let me tell you, friends, it's the place to be an aluminium ore. Right. So let's go here. Truck must be built in the road only. Aha. So we need to build another little truck stop over there. That's fine. There, all the way over to here. Perfect. We'll get 6 trucks, because that is my new standard. And then we'll see if this ends up working out. It's looking pretty good, to be honest. I think we got plenty of aluminium ore coming through, which is great. And I think we will have enough to supply everything that we need, which is rather lovely. Right. Okay, so I haven't completely, like, lost the plot, have I? Because the assembly plant can make... No, it's the factory that makes the special type of concrete. Yeah. Reinforced concrete is just concrete and steel bar. Okay, so I maybe have lost the plot. I don't know why I was building that over here. Either way, that's going to give us some Depot Mark IIs. I am really excited about the Depot Mark IIs. I think that's going to be great. I think that's going to be really, really good. Now, concrete, concrete, concrete. Let's jump in to the concrete planning. I'm thinking... Oh, Droid, look at this. Look at that. That's so cool. That's so cool. Not gonna sweat the small stuff for now. We're gonna get factory here. We're gonna get you to do regular concrete. And then you here. There we go. Concrete. This will be reinforced concrete. And then we need to get steel bars over to here. Now, this is my industrial steel bar production area. So, being true to form, I think I will try and get... I don't think I need to use a Depot Mark II yet. There we go. We'll do... you know what? I will use a Depot Mark II. Whatever. Build that there. It's actually so much more effective. It's ridiculously effective. Right, you're going to come over to here. Excellent. You're going to put down that over there. You're going to take... steel bars. Excellent. Have I built the steel bar processing over here? I have absolutely not done that at all. So, let's yoink this, and then yoink this. Cool. I do love how sort of flexible this whole situation is. It just feels so easy. It just feels so easy to make all of these decisions. Right. So you're gonna wait for the steel bars to come through. That's great. And then that's gonna go into there. Fantastic. And then I actually want the output of reinforced concrete to be over here, which I didn't really plan, but I presume you're now going to need reinforced concrete. Yeah, you don't need normal concrete anymore. You need reinforced stuff. That's fine. That's kind of what I was expecting. Is it quicker? I mean, it's obviously quicker just to go up here. Let's just do that. Fine. Take from here to here. Reinforced concretes. And 6 trucks. Yeah, why not? Why not? That should be totally fine. Can I ditch... I can ditch that. Yeah, I can ditch that and just say, hey, store reinforced concrete. We can just dump this regular concrete. I don't really think that there's anything else that we need to do with it. I've got the goods coming through already. Wow, that is quick. That is really, really quick. How's the steel bar production looking? Steel bar production is looking fine. Yeah, it's looking not too bad. Very, very good indeed. New Bogota is highlighted green, which means that we are at least growing to some degree. It's a little bit touch and go. You can see that sort of all of the resources are kind of stockpiled over here on the supply center after they are moved from the depot. But that being said, I mean, even though we're not necessarily getting a bigger stockpile on the depot, it's good. It's looking good. What's the sort of problematic element? It's actually concrete. Wow, did not think that it would be concrete. But that's a very, very easy problem to fix if we need to. I'm not going to bother fixing it quite yet, but we can always get a level 2 depot down here or something. But for now, let's just let it grow to 100, because I think we can absolutely do that. And there we go, we've hit 100 population. I've just expanded the sulfur drilling so that we can supply a little bit more sulfur, because I thought I would need a little bit more reinforced concrete, but it's fine. Alright, let's raise the temperature. Let's terraform this planet. Increase the temperature by 1 degree. Yeah, I've not even really talked about temperatures up in the top right-hand corner, but we do have a minus 58.1 degrees Celsius planet at the present moment. There's a bunch of extra information, SF6, NF3, O2, etc. Whole bunch of different things. Increase the temperature by 1 degree. SF6 and the greenhouse gas generator, which is made with mechanical parts and the aluminium bars. I think we actually already have a place that does exactly that, right? Aluminium bars and polymers. Mechanical parts and aluminium bars. We absolutely do. So let's just build an assembly plant right in here and say, hey, yep, you can make greenhouse gas generators as well. What the heck? Let's let you do that. Also, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking it's time to upgrade this son of a gun. And then, oh yeah, you get a second drone as well. That is definitely worth noting. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. That's a proper mine. That is a proper mine. That's going to allow us to make way more steel bars. Going to allow us to make way more resources. That's great. So, with this, we'll build ourselves a greenhouse gas generator. Anything else that I need to... Ooh. Temperature is high enough, water will evaporate from the ground and trigger water cycle. Oh my goodness gracious me. Controlling water. Yeah. If we have a little look at this, I need to hold... Shortcut, hold, left, alt. There we go. That's it. I think this is... I think this is like underground water here. This might end up being a river. I haven't really thought that through, have I? No. But that's part of the fun. That's part of the fun. We're going to see how it all shakes out in the wash. Literally in the wash. Also, New Bogota's needs have just changed. We need to supply high-tech parts. Don't think that I've got the ability to do that. Yeah, I mean, polymer bars, reinforced concrete. We're all doing that. We're doing that all right now. But the high-tech parts you need to grow your cities will be unlocked in the later level. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. We're okay with that. Sulfur and fluorite in a greenhouse gas generator. Well, fluorite... Where the heck is fluorite? Aha. Looks like there's a little patch of fluorite all the way over there. Is there a closer patch? Over here? Maybe? I mean, it's a long way. It's a good thing that I've been building roads all this time. Sulfur and fluorite. I mean, there's nothing really, like, keeping us... We could always start, like, a little greenhouse gas sort of project over here. There's nothing stopping us from building a completely separate little network, you know? These are going to be difficult mountains to navigate. Yeah, we're going to be challenged by those, that's for darn sure. Right, greenhouse gas generator, we've got one coming through. Let's build this over here. Sulfur and fluorite. The good news is that we don't have to refine these resources in any meaningful way. We should also, by the way, just start using as standard the drone Mark II facility. Because, I mean, well, why the heck wouldn't we? So that's very important to do. You are going to chill all the way up to here. That's nice. And then you are going to head on all the way over here. We'll deal with that in just a sec. What I want to do, I did say, yep, greenhouse gas. We're going to get sulfur. And we're going to get... What was the other thing? Fluorites. That's a stupid order of doing things, Potato. Otherwise, we're going to have crossed traffic. And traffic isn't such a big deal in this game, but it is definitely something that is worthy of at least, you know, minor consideration. Think this should be an okay sort of area to deal with. That's fine. Right. Let's get sulfur sorted out, shall we? And the sulfur setup looks good. Very, very good. I actually was just testing the copy and paste functionality. So it works very, very simply. You're able to copy, you're able to paste. I don't actually have enough extractors, which is kind of a little bit wild. I mean, I know I'm building quite fast, but that just seems a little bit crazy to me. I mean, I do want to change that. That is absolutely something I want to change. Let's build over the top of that. And then as more extractors come available, we will just build them here, 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 here. I mean, we need more. We just absolutely need more of them. There we go. That's looking a little bit better. Whether or not it's going to supply all of the resources that we need, I am not too sure. Anyway, let's return down to sulfur and fluoride world. And greenhouse gas generators are looking good. Let's get the routes set up. So, trucks. Man, I can't wait to get trains. Not necessarily because I don't like trucks. I just like trains. I like trains a lot. I like trains a lot. Trains are cool. Trains are cool. But so are trucks, I guess. What do I want to transport? I want to transport fluorites. Absolutely perfect. Okay, so with that, we've got 6 trucks on either route. There's pretty much no reason I shouldn't always at least have it in like 2 or 3 times speed, because, I mean, there's no real failure conditions. I mean, there's failure conditions, but there's no real failure conditions. Hey, look at that! We are spewing out greenhouse gas. Fantastic. SF6 and NF3 are both thousands of times more potent than CO2. Excellent. Very happy with that. And we have started the process of building up our temperature, which is very, very nice indeed. And in fact, with a few more of these greenhouse gas machines, we should get there even faster. Now, why is it taking such a long time for us to manufacture these greenhouse gases? It is because we have got loads and loads of iron ore. In fact, so much iron ore. Too much iron ore, in fact. But we just do not have enough steel coming through into the factory in order to make these delightful mechanical component parts. So yeah, very good to get that addressed. And if we get like drone hub level 2s, then you know we can make it all happen that much quicker. You know, for example, this factory over here, let's do a copy and a copy. That's fine. And then all we need to do is upgrade you, and then suddenly, what do you know? We have got a much more automated, much more upgraded system with the potential to supply many, many more mechanical components and many more assembly plants as well, and more atmospheric generators, etc. So that's good, at least. How many more do I have? I've already got 2 more. That's great. I think that's probably going to be the limit that I can sort of squeeze into this little sort of range. Actually, that's a lie. We can probably get a few more. SF6, SF6, SF6. Yeah, we can. 1, 2, 2 more. 2 more. That's fine. I think that will be enough. Yeah, I mean, you can already start to see that we're having supply issues. We're not able to supply all of the sulfur, all of the fluorites. Is that an issue with production? It's not an issue with production. It's actually an issue with supply. That's a really interesting thing that I did not consider. I suppose the trucks are traveling quite far. But we'll double up our trucks on both lines from 6 to 12. See if that makes any difference. Go a little bit faster. These two little drone depots are doing a power of work. But it looks like we're actually able to power pretty much most of them with that amount of truckage. I mean, to be fair, why not just add another 10? Why not add another 10 to both lines? This is going to be a really important part of the game, so why not just try and increase the temperature by that little bit more? Spending some trucks to make it happen, I think, is a very, very worthy thing to do. It will, of course, depend at the sort of throughput that we're able to supply at both ends. Stuff like this is maybe a little bit worrying. Yeah, we'll maybe get a bit more, but it's fine. Well done. Terraforming is in progress. Brilliant. Very happy with that. I will appreciate what you say, but I will not read it. Right, you need high-tech parts. Aluminium bars and polymers. I think I know exactly where we want to make that. I'm thinking, well, right next to the place that we actually make polymers. Oh, hold up. Right here. How about that? Right, so we need more polymers in order to make this work. It's not a carbon supply issue. In fact, no, it is a carbon supply issue. We just don't have enough carbon coming through here. That's fine. We can always do the old El Clasico. Get that upgraded. Atmospheric generator, where are you? You're here. Pop this down. Carbon, 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 carbon. I want to leave this free over here for a... Where do we make the... No. It's not in the assembly plant. We make the high-tech parts. We make the high-tech parts in a factory. And we get that upgraded. Boom. And you know what? Fine. We'll just get that upgraded as well. Either way, that should give the factory a little bit more confidence that we can make it all happen. I'm also thinking duplicate this factory here, so that then we can double up. And that was me using the middle mouse button, by the way, just to quickly place down a copy. That's gonna allow me to make a heck of a lot more with my carbon. I wonder if I can maybe even get another factory up here, It's not maybe a bad idea. That is literally everything in the Depot Mark II filled. Spatially, we are totally filled, which is absolutely fine. Depot Mark 1, I think we will move to a Depot Mark 2, just so I've got a little bit of space. High-tech parts, store them there. And then road, I would love to go up this way and integrate right over here. I think that's perfect. And we'll do this into there. You need high-tech components, and I need some space. Right. Add an extra little route over here, just for good measure. I need to build that in there. We'll say you take high-tech parts. Fine. And here. All the way up to here. Supplying high-tech parts. I don't know, 10 trucks. 10 trucks seems like overkill, but we're going to roll with it anyway. High-tech components, oxygen, reinforced concrete. I've ditched the original concrete. I mean, this was the old concrete depot. It now only is reinforced concrete, so I mean, we don't need loads. Let's see if we're able to supply enough high-tech parts with just this one factory. Are we able to supply enough carbon with just this one? I'd say one factory, but it's not. We got loads and loads of atmospheric extractors. It's just whether or not we're able to supply enough carbon to all of these different projects that we're trying to build at the same time. Either way, high-tech components are coming through. Whether or not it will be fast enough, it's absolutely fast enough. Look at that. We got loads. We got loads spare. So it's just a matter of getting to, what, 300 population? Absolutely. 300 population in the bag. You have just started speaking to me. I wasn't really paying attention. Our next objective is 500 population. Metal waste, waste disposal, recycling center. Recycling is a challenge. You have to transform waste into resources to supply cities again. Cool. We'll get to that in just a second. I was just going to say, I've just tweaked my iron mining and steel bar production operation ever so slightly because I just needed that little bit more reinforced concrete, and we just weren't getting it in the quantities that we needed with just this, tiny, simple little setup. So I upgraded this to a level 2. I destroyed my depot production line, because, I mean, we've got the level 2 depot production line, wherever the heck it is, I don't know. But we got the level 2 production, and it's like, why should I still build these original depots? It just doesn't make sense. Build the second ones, the slightly more sophisticated ones. Right, what am I doing with recycling? Backup supply option on the supply center. We'll make it consume its containers only after another supply is done. Okay. That's cool. Backup depots. Okay. City waste. Recycling. Fine. Let's have a little look. What is New Bogota? What is New Bogota doing at the present moment? Not much. City waste disposal. Aha. Okay. So we need to build a waste disposal unit and then build it in proximity to the city, I guess? Yeah, to be evacuated and recycled. Now, this is going to cost us 5 concrete in order to build. Supply center? Yes. Instead of making supply centers, let's do this. Because, I mean, I really do not need any more. I really do not need any more supply centers. I think we will be okay with just the present number. The landmark tower, I have yet to use this. I don't really feel like I need to use it. Maybe I will need to use it at some point in the future. But I'm going to move you just over to here for a while. This is still a level 1, so all of my resources should go into making this waste disposal work. Then a recycling center. What the heck do we need for a recycling center? This is going to cost me 3 concrete and some high-tech parts. Now, the high-tech parts we're currently manufacturing in this vicinity. Don't love the fact that I would be tapping into... This is where my depot level 2 production is. Don't love the fact that I would be tapping into the sort of production line for domestic parts. I wonder... I've got the opportunity... I mean, can I just copy? Can I just copy this entire operation? I absolutely flippin' can. I'm going to do that. Let's paste this all over here. Let's build... I love this. I absolutely love this. Let's paste that over there. Build that road over there. How are we doing for aluminium? We've actually got plenty of aluminium at the moment. If I upgrade this to a level 2 depot, brilliant. That's going to allow me to collect from here. And then we can supply to here. Beautiful. 10 trucks. Call it an even 10. That's fine. Already, The system for making polymers is set up. So that's great. That is a high-tech factory. That's good. All we need to do is copy this. Put this over here. And that will make us some high-tech parts. Now, ooh, we've got concrete up here. This is not currently doing anything at the present moment. Is that something that I want to change? I think it kind of is. So, we obviously need an assembly plant. That assembly plant can just go in the middle here, I suppose. No real reason not to. Recycling center, let's just get this. Let's do a copy. Let's turn it around to do something like that. Amazing. Works an absolute dream. We'll get a road down to here. We'll get a road up from here. And that's really all that we need. I mean, it's a little bit sort of ramshackle. Been put together in slightly short order. This is... And I've obviously not dealt with the... That's far too many trucks for this route. But it's fine. Obviously not dealt with the slightly more important consideration of what the heck am I going to do about storage. But I'm solving that right now. Concrete. Beautiful. Yeah, let's just take some trucks away from this. That is ridiculous. I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous. I feel like 4 trucks is probably overkill. Right. You are going to make the recycling center. That's great. We obviously need to get this operation to be slightly more expedient. There we go. And with a little bit of expediency, we should be able to make all of the concrete that we reasonably need in order to make everything work. Now, the real question is, where the heck am I going to do my recycling? That is what I want to know. So, what do I need to do? I mean, I need to get a waste disposal. Can I build the waste disposal like here? Here? Can I destroy New Bogota's needs have changed? You need reinforced concrete? Yeah, you still do need reinforced concrete, but that's fine. Right, so this here, waste the city, waste disposal. So, I mean, if I put down a level 2 thing here, metal waste, yep, brilliant. New Bogota's needs have changed again. Insufficient. Aha, look at that. Okay, so the metal waste is coming out. That is perfect. That's what we like to see. It is worth noting, by the way, that we are not supplying enough high-tech parts, and we're not supplying enough reinforced concrete. That is bad on both accounts. Reinforced concrete is slightly easy to fix, because all we need to do is get double up, double up, double up, and then we go copy, paste, 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 and that will just work. Right, so that will just massively increase our ability to build reinforced concrete. We already have enough trucks on this line, probably. Let's bang it up to an even 10. That's fine. This depot is gonna need to... I mean, we're gonna need to transport the resources to, like, over here, I think. And then we can start thinking about the sort of prioritization of how we do things. This area is... not good enough. This is absolutely not good enough. Aluminium bars. Why are we not doing better in terms of aluminium bars? Probably a mining issue. It doesn't look like a factory processing issue, but again, that can be rectified very easily. All we need to do, yoink, 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 for the sake of good measure, I suppose. Aluminium bars. Yeah, that should be loads more production. We are doing quite a lot of double dipping. In fact, we're triple dipping from this source over here, which maybe I should have dealt with earlier, but it's fine. How are we doing temperature-wise? Average temperature is going up. Liquid water release is at minus 20 degrees Celsius, so we got a little bit of a ways to go before we manage to hit that. How's this area looking? It's not looking bad, but the aluminium bars... Yeah, we should be definitely on top of the aluminium bars with that massive expansion. If I need to get more, I can get more. But we've already got, like, what, 3 factories? A plentiful number of factories. Plentiful number of factories. Right, so you are going to be making recycling centers. How many recycling centers do I have? They are here. So, here's what I want to do. I want to make a recycling area over here. So we can make Okay, so the recycling center is going to turn metal waste into steel bars and aluminium bars. That's fine. But if it's going to be making that, we can make it over here so that I can sort of connect it back into my network. If I build it over here, I feel like it's just going to be a little bit further away from everything. I don't know how this will all sort of work. I mean, there is sort of like instructions on yeah, like recycling and prioritization, like backup supply depots, so we can prioritize resources coming from the recycling center first, which I may very well do, because I mean there is a physical limitation, right, as to the yeah, just bang that all down, that's fine. And that goes over there, and then that goes there. What was the metal waste actually produced? It was steel and aluminium. So we need to get something that collects steel and something that collects aluminium as well. Yeah, fine. Aluminium, and then ditch that. Fine. So metal waste is going to come to here. Make sure that there's a little branch there. And then let's do a pickup point here, down to here. 10 trucks? Sure. That should be fine. Yeah, traffic is not really that much of an issue because it looks like they all just sort of like go inside one another in order to get to where they need to go. How and where do I want to reintegrate this metal waste? That is the question, though. The answer is I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure yet. We'll figure that out. We'll figure that out in a bit. The point is, though, is that we're taking the resources out of New Bogota, which in the short term is exactly what we need to do. High-tech parts are still not sorted. Am I still running out of aluminium? I think I'm running out of aluminium. You know what that means? That's the perfect opportunity to trial the reintegration, isn't it? So that is steel. This is aluminium. Let's just build a big old road across the back here. And then down to this area. Yep. And then down to here. And then with that, we're going to be able to say aluminium from here. Down to here. Beautiful. Let's get 10 trucks. And that will work. Yeah, we can. Don't supply to depots over 50%. Yeah, I think I'll move you to here. And then the problem is that you can be the backup supply. Yeah, so you can be the backup supply. This will be the primary one. It won't really matter in the sense that, I mean, let's maybe move you to there so you can only pick up from this. Yeah, from this patch right here. Yeah. That's better? That's slightly better, actually. That is slightly better. I mean, it looks really, really weird, but that is actually better. So this is going to be the direct supply. This will be the indirect supply. That hasn't made a difference at all because now it can't supply to anywhere. Okay, let me rework this. It's going to take a little bit of time, but I can make this happen. Right, so I think that's a little bit better. Change the destination slot for this. So you're still going to unload to here, but you're a backup supply designated as such and only going to supply into the system if depots are filled at over 50%, which is fine. Now, that doesn't really solve the problem because, yeah, now we have got a massive backlog of steel bars, and I need to figure out where the heck we put the steel bars to. I mean, probably over here, right? Yeah, I think I'm going to rework this area so that we do steel bars. Also, we need to get way more concrete production, which I will do. But yeah, I'm going to rework this so that we can get steel bars moving down here. So I think this is the system that I've ended up going with. Both of my sort of iron ore extraction and processing facilities will supply to this area over here. This area will only supply to these two depots if the supply containers are at less than 50%. Now, the other piece of the puzzle that I have yet to do is to set up a little route, of course, between, you know, here, yeah, and here, which is pretty important. Also, where the heck's my truck production gone? It's nowhere. It's not in a good place at the moment. Why is that not happening? Do I need more depots here? Have I let the game just run at one-time speed for too long? Does it need to be conditioned to running at a higher level of speed and excitement? Or maybe I just need some more extractors. Either way, that should fix us up. Now, the good news is that with this, which I think is working, there we go. We should start to see this backlogged. I mean, we shouldn't have any resources being moved across here, I don't think. You're moving resources around a little bit. That's fine. Don't supply to depots filled at over 50%. I think this is okay. I think this is okay. I think this is fine. The good news is, though, is that should free up this area, which is great. And then all of the resources that we need to move out of New Bogota are being moved out of New Bogota. And in fact, look at that. We got some nice skyscrapers going up here. City is growing. We've sorted the supply to a satisfactory level. We've sorted the waste disposal to a satisfactory level. That is really good. The only other question that remains is, have we sorted out the supply situation? I think we have, you know. I think we have. I think this is looking better. What I'm going to do is definitely get more sulfur processing factories in order to make a little bit more concrete, because if we're able to make a little bit more concrete, then we're able to turn more of this this resource into what we need to turn it into, which is, of course, reinforced concrete. Very good. And all the while, we are slowly but surely approaching that 500 population milestone. Very, very nice indeed. We still seem to be having aluminium production issues. I have added 2 additional factories over here. It's fine, you know, don't get me wrong, like, we're still progressing. We get limited funding from Earth, blah, blah, blah. Okay, don't really care what you're saying. What do we got? Population of 1,000. Rail, yes. Trains, yes. Love it. Okay, we will get into that in just a second. I cannot wait. Build rails so that there are no dead ends. Add trains as we would trucks. Very, very cool. Yeah, so the real issue is our high-tech parts, and it's pretty much just the aluminium that's coming through that is the problem. So, I mean, I wonder if I just sort of like copy-paste this entire... Can I copy-paste this entire operation? It's a bit bold, isn't it? It's a bit bold, but at the same time, I feel it's kind of a cool thing to do. I'm gonna do it. Only buildable minerals. Only buildable on minerals. Oh, that's these things. Yeah, that are only buildable on minerals. That's fine. Oh, have we sorted our production needs? Maybe. I will return to this if I need any additional resources. Right. Bogota, what do you need? You need high-tech parts. Okay, so I'm going to return immediately to what I was working on, because it turns out that my focus is most needed here. We are, of course, going to make rails. I'm very interested in doing that. But for now, let's do parts to here. Yeah, to here is fine, I suppose. And this is the high-tech parts that are needed for consumers. Yeah, let's do it. Add 10. That's nice. That's good enough. And that is going to be 100% brand new production, so we should have no issues there. Yeah, there's a lot of resources coming through. There's a lot of aluminium ore. We got a lot of trucks as well, but maybe not enough. Maybe not enough. Right. What's next? It's time for rails. Rails are concrete and steel bars. Where do I have concrete and steel bars? I have concrete and steel bars right here. This is, of course, my reinforced steel production. Maybe it's an assembly plant that that these things are made in. I mean, I really don't mind this idea at all. I mean, banging it down in the middle? Heck yeah, let's do it. Let's do 2 of them. Let's do 2 of them. Let's do 2 of them to make rails. Absolutely grand and glorious. Now, the assembly plant, or should I say, trains are also made in the assembly plant, but they need mechanical parts. Do I have anywhere that we have mechanical parts and high-tech parts in close proximity? Still no aluminium coming through here. Very annoying. Aluminium, high-tech. This is, of course, retail. I could do not retail, and I could do an assembly plant right here, making a train. But I still need mechanical parts. Why the heck did I think mechanical parts were already being made there? I'm not actually sure. This is crazy, by the way. The amount of carbon that we need in order to, or the amount of carbon that we need in order to make polymers, etc., is kind of crazy. I think I can. Can I add? Yeah, I can add a whole bunch of these things on. Let's just make. Let's make another setup. There we go. And then that goes in there. We collect polymers. And then I'm going to just transport the resources over to here. We're just going to do polymer to polymer. I mean, not many trucks, right? We'll just keep it light. I don't know, 5 trucks or whatever. Because there's not going to be a huge number that are required. But we just need more polymers. We absolutely need more polymers. I realize I'm making a bunch of Depot Mark IIs, which is fine. But it's definitely something that we need more of. Right, let's get... Destroy that rock, sure. Now, mechanical components are literally just steel bars. And steel bars we have over here. But I think I will choose to get... I think I will choose to get a new steel bar production line for the first time in what feels like forever. Why? I don't know. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Steel bars... Let's use a level 1. Sure, we'll use a level 1 thingy. Depot. And you are going to make mechanical parts. And then we're going to go the very big distance. In fact, actually, maybe I just, like, bridge it with depots. Yeah, probably just bridge it with depots. Something like that. Yeah, I think that's totally reasonable. Let's see if it actually works. There we go. The resources are being moved right to the assembly plant. I think that is perfect. I think that is perfect. Is it perfect? I don't know. I don't really care. I think it'll work. Our population is all the way up at 666. Very, very nice. How are we doing waste removal, etc.? Yeah, we're not doing too badly with waste removal. I think we're going to cut down the number of trucks that we have doing the waste removal because it quite simply isn't that complicated. High-tech parts we are roughly managing to break even on. But boy, oh boy, oh boy, that is... It's rough. It is really, really rough. Hence why it's so important that we get back on top of this. Let's go here, here, and that will give us just that little bit of extra security that we need, I think, to get those few additional components up and running. Now, where do I want my first railway line to be? That's the sort of million-dollar question, right? I mean, I've got 48 rails and I've got 2 trains, so I mean, literally nothing. Literally nothing. But that will change. That will change and evolve as we go. What's the issue here? We need more iron ore? To be fair, we probably do need more iron ore. Yeah, it's an embarrassingly small amount of iron ore that we have coming through now. Yep, we're going to change it. We're going to change that. Of course we are. Of course we are. If I need to get another factory, I'll get another factory. But we don't need to overdo it. But at the same time, like, you know, we can just make more. I've got plenty of these factory components, or these factory fabs, 27 of them to be exact. So yeah, no need to worry too much about it. There we go. Get another one of these in here. Yeah, nice. Nice. That just means that we're going to be able to make trains that little bit quicker. It doesn't look like any of my iron patches have run out. Looks like this one has run out, but mostly I think we've managed to escape relatively unscathed. Also, how's the temperature looking? Temperature's not looking too bad. SF6 pressure is on the up and up. We've not unlocked the ability to get NF3 quite yet, but I think we will. I think we will kind of soon. I don't know if it's necessarily the next objective, but I guess we'll see. Oh boy. Okay, what's happening here? It's reinforced concrete that has become the issue. Is that because what, I wonder? It looks like it's a sulfur supply issue more than anything else. Road, we're still pumping out a bunch of road. It's because you aren't upgraded, you aren't upgraded. Let's get both of these upgraded, and then... There we go. Just get way more sulfur production. It's absolutely necessary. We just have no concrete. Yeah, we just have no concrete. And then, I guess whatever concrete we do have is being turned into rails. I feel like that's not super right. I mean, it's good in a sense, because I like rails, but... yeah, it doesn't really feel like a priority right now. Let's maybe move this out of here. Whoops. And move you out of here as well. There we go. Let the reinforced concrete have another whap at being top dog. Yeah, it's definitely needed. I almost wonder if we want to maybe move our production somewhere else. But then again, I mean, it seems hardly worthwhile when you think about it, right? Because, I mean, we could always just input... I mean, concrete is supposed to be going here. We could always just input concrete into the system by just making more... By making more at the edge of town. There we go. Making more at the edge of town. We bang down 1, 2, 3 factories, etc. Plop one of these here. Concretes. And I was going to say, we could make this a rail line, but that seems horrifically wasteful. There we go. 5 trucks, maybe. And then, yeah, we just have like a little sort of like mini concrete resupply route. And then we just hope that that is enough to sort of feed the beast that is New Bogota. I mean, it'll be enough, at least temporarily, I suppose. And I guess we can throw the rails back in there. Nice. Metal recycling is not enough. Bigger cities will generate plastic waste. We've developed a new greenhouse gas, which uses nitrogen that you can extract from polar ice. Ooh, I am very interested. Okay, lots to do on level 10. A doubling of population as well. Nitrogen, NF3, ice extractor, plastic waste. Right. Here's the thing about waste, right? Does that output from here as well? It looks like it. I mean, I will get another collection point. And we'll say, hey, yep, you can take plastic waste. Plastic waste will refine into something useful, I guess. Let's have a little look at the recycling center. What does it recycle? Yeah, it's this. Plastic waste, 5 plastic wastes give me 2 polymer bars. Polymer bars are actually quite valuable, to be honest with you. I mean, we built this entire extra setup to get more of them. I realize now that we're actually, yeah, we're going through them at quite a decent pace, but whatever. We can deal with that in just a bit. For now, the really exciting thing that I want to get done is the ice extractor. So the ice extractor is reinforced concrete and mechanical parts. Well, it's a good thing that we've been working on the reinforced concrete. Not necessarily sure that we're actually quite there yet. By that I mean, I think we need more. I think we need more reinforced concrete. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just copy and paste this entire operation. I can add a few more of these. Yep. Copy and paste this entire operation. If I've got the goods to make this happen, which I think I do, we can just build this like here. We don't need to be super explicit about where we place it. Obviously, yep, there's going to be a few buildings, for example, that overlap some concrete veins. Or some sulfur veins, I should say. I don't really care that much, to be honest. The point is that we will be able to make... delete that. What do I need? I need steel bars over here. Do I have any excess steel bars coming down? No, we have excess aluminium bars, but not steel bars. That will start being a problem in a minute, but that's fine. How's this all looking? This is looking not too bad. So, roads, yep. This is a bit of a diversion to get to here, but it's fine. And yep, there's fine. Trucks. We'll do from here down to here. I don't know, 10. And then I think, just to be on the safe side, I will also set up another route Down to here? Yeah, down to here. Just from this place. So that we have total sort of parity in terms of where our goods are coming from. This is all going to be produced locally. It's not going to be sort of shipped in from the metal recycling. I think it's just a bit too complicated, but this area is still well suited to deal with the recycling outputs. So yeah, we will continue to do that. But the point is that we need more production anyway. Like, we absolutely desperately need way more production of reinforced concrete, especially if we need to make new buildings. But I mean, we're gonna need it. We're gonna need it in general, right? So let's not overcomplicate it. So reinforced concrete is currently gonna get piled on here. Mechanical parts, we are making. I need. Oh, look at this! Look at this! Look at this! This is why we have not produced any more factories. It's a good thing that I spotted this, actually. Expand there. Expand there. Boom! 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 Excellent. And yeah, just delete that. Nice. So that's fine. That's fine. You're making trucks here. What about if I make the odd ice extractor? I need to make it in an assembly plant, which we already have. Assembly plant. Yeah, will I regret doing this? I might regret doing this. Get that in there, and we'll say you need reinforced concrete, the road, and down to there. How'd that work? Not too badly. I need to extend this to there. We go truck here, right to there, reinforced concrete. 10 trucks. 10 trucks sounds like a good amount, and that will at least get me an assembly plant or two. So, not an assembly plant or two. That will get me a ice extractor or two, which is exactly what we need. I don't know if we're going to need that many. It would always be good to have additional production, though. So, yeah, definitely worthwhile. Definitely worthwhile considering. Right, here is something that I am putting off, and it is dealing with plastic recycling. I am assuming that it is going to... Yep, city waste disposal is limited at the moment. That is really what is hampering me. This setup here, the setup of high-tech components. The high-tech components are... Oh, wow. It's literally just a transportation issue. Yeah, so spawn 10 more trucks in. That's good. We need more polymers here. Wowzers, that is kind of incredible. I would like to address this. However, it's going to require another little bit of a redesign, isn't it? This is looking fine. But this is my industrial use. This is my industrial use high-tech parts. Here's what I can do, though. If I just squeeze this in here... I don't even need that. I don't even need you. I could just drop off... Do I need a road here? I don't think I do need a road here. Here's what I'm currently thinking. We plop this in there. We say that you take polymer bars. This gets set to backup, which is perfect because it will work exactly as it should. I don't think that needs to be connected, so that's fine. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy... I mean, is there much point in copying, actually? Because it is an entirely new setup. So we get this in here. We say plastic waste. Good. We get recycling centers, which go 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, I suppose we could actually have more because... We could have more because we will only have one output here. And that's going to be a polymer bar. Nice. We link that up. We link that up. And then it's just a simple case of going from here to here with plastic waste. 10. I have no trucks left. Well, I have one truck left, but that is absolutely inadequate. I'm going to duplicate my truck production operation. There we go. How's my ice extractor looking? It's looking good. It's looking very, very good. Am I going to have enough mechanical parts to sustain all of this? Probably not. Is that a problem for me right now? No. So therefore, I'm just not going to worry about it. Not going to worry about it at all. But the polymers, and as soon as I have more trucks, I can make this happen. 8 trucks is good enough. The polymers are going to come right over to here. Bang that in there. Bang that right up to the max. 10, it's perfect. Polymer bars, that's exactly what we're transporting. And then the polymers are going to be transported right here. And hopefully that whatever we recycle from the plastic waste will be enough to supply, well, everything in an ideal world. Let's supply a few more trucks to the mix. New Bogota should have no issues now getting everything that it needs. Oh, look at that. Oxygen. I can't believe it, actually. In fact, no, I can believe it because I don't actually have any oxygen production out with the original 3 that I initially set up. So, you know what? Yeah, probably quite a good time to get another little setup here. And in fact, I could just like duplicate this and put that down over there. And that will give me a whole bunch of extra security that we can continue to survive for a little while longer. Good. Reinforced concrete coming in. Fantastic. Everything is being moved out at a decent pace. We got plenty of trucks over here. The city is growing. How are we doing over here for polymers? Not good. Not good. But we're at least doing better. We're at least doing better. Yeah, we got plenty of polymers over here. But, I mean, this kind of... I mean, it's a bit of a deceptive sort of operation because effectively we have 2 polymer clusters that feed into one. And that's not even necessarily able to manage as it currently stands because we've got a bit of an aluminium shortage at the moment. Not a huge aluminium shortage, though, to be fair. Anyway, why am I still talking and not drilling? I need to be drilling. Right, extract nitrogen from the ice. We need to be going all the way up to here. Heck yeah. Okay, so here is no, but here is go. Right, do we need to be building in proximity to our own stuff? I mean, not really. What's that? That's aluminium. I think... I mean, we could build here. I think we will build here because it is closest. Not necessarily because it's the right place to drill, but you know what? We'll do something like this. Is that going to be enough? It's going to be entirely covered, which is quite satisfying. Nitrogen. Yep, so we get nitrogen immediately, do we? Yeah, we get nitrogen immediately. And then we punt it into a greenhouse gas generator. We pump it into a greenhouse gas generator with fluorite. Right. Well, is there fluorite anywhere near? Oh my... Okay, literally. Yeah, there is kind of near, right? So we're over here, and then fluorite... There's a little fluorite patch up there. That's... not a million miles away, but it does kind of make you think that maybe we should just build this, like, right next to my... Maybe I should build it right next to the fluoride operation. Not enough item zone? Yeah, see, that's kind of the... It's kind of the problem. I was kind of expecting something like that to happen, but it's fine. Right, we're on the ice. That's good. There we go. That's something at least. We've got nitrogen. Nitrogen is coming through. Fantastic. Right, fluorite. The good news about fluorite, again, is that we don't need to process it. We just need to bang it down. Bang one of these suckers down. That was a bit of a bad placement there, Potato, but it's fine. Bang that down. And then greenhouse gas generators. Yeah, NF3. Let's do it. I think I want you there. Nitrogen. No, fluorite, but yeah, anyway. There, and then that there. So, yeah, you'll do nitrogen, and then you will do fluorites. And we'll just connect it sort of, like, physically together. And that will be good enough, I think. Not a recycling center. We need this. And so, basically, any sort of place that can be within range of both of these would be ideal. But I think that's actually fine, to be honest with you. I think that's totally fine. So, NF3 pressure will start to register. I don't know how precise it is, but it should be good. Do we need a little bit more fluorites? We maybe need a little bit more fluorites. Well, no matter. We can do that quite easily. We just overbuild here. And then we extract all around. It's good. Okay, very happy with that. That's a nice little setup. And the good news is that we can also build extra drills here, as long as I have them, which is, you know, that's right up to the limit there, so that's nice. And then we just let these greenhouse gas generators do what they do. Look at that. Look at that. And there was something about the fact, I mean, I didn't even really pay attention to it, but there was something about the terraforming. If we balance them, right, water will evaporate, control, no, where was it? Greenhouse gas. I can't remember. It was one of these little top tips. Yeah, there we go. Try to balance the production of NF3 and SF6 in order to increase the temperature as much as possible. We've actually already increased the temperature by 6 degrees Celsius, which I feel like that's quite a lot. I don't need you over here. You're surplus to requirement, but that's fine. Right, New Bogota, how are you looking? You are looking very good, if I do indeed say so myself. Look at all of these goods coming through. We have 100% good satisfaction. The only good that isn't topped up to the absolute max is the old reinforced concrete. And to be honest, I think it could be topped up a little bit more if we just got a few more resources on the backs of trucks and moved them out. So that's looking good. Reasonably happy with how that's all coming together. I think we're going to hit 2,000 population in no time at all. There's a little bit of a sort of atrium, I guess, center square being put together, or center hex, I guess, in the form of the in this game, which is good. So we got a nice little center square or center hex coming together, and New Bogota is, I mean, it's not quite 2,000 population because that is a planetary-wide population, but it's 1,952. I mean, it's the vast bulk of the population, obviously, on this planet. New Istanbul and New Toronto, I mean, yeah, it's still literally just space landing vehicles. Meanwhile, Bogota do be going crazy. It's brilliant. All right, next level. What do we got? Once water is flowing, it could cause some problems. Dams and pumps will help you control it. Unfortunately, it's the only development we were able to fund. Even budgets to combat global warming here have plummeted. It's not like the house is on fire immediately, some say. Okay. Dams and dam pumps. Right. Once the temperature is high enough, we're going to start to see some stuff happen. Right. Are we going to need any more resources? I don't think so. I mean, we do need more resources. Obviously, we need more resources. Annual supply demand is consistently increasing. We do need to supply more. And actually, that was kind of apparent with the oxygen, etc. I'm going to make some dams, and the good news is that we've got a reinforced concrete manufacturing facility over here. What's going on? Where is my iron? It's nowhere to be found. It's not here. It's not here at all. Right. Well, we can change that. Let's get you moved all the way to the back there. And copy paste. That's fine. That's going to at least change things around a little bit. Do I want to grab any more iron? Yeah, I kind of do, actually. You know, it would be kind of nice to have a sort of like iron supply template. So let's maybe do that. Let's build that in there. That in there. That in there. And then just fill all of the gaps in with extractors. So yeah, as long as we've got extractors here, should be fine. There we go. There we go. Is that everything? Yep, that is everything around that we could possibly have. Let's use rails. Heck yeah, let's use rails. I mean, where am I going? I want to go over to here. I mean, we should probably just have a brand new iron processing area. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. So, you're going to supply... I mean, do I want to process the iron here, or do I want to take it somewhere else? I want to take it somewhere else is the honest answer, but I really should process it here. I mean, if I process it here, it becomes way easier to move. I mean, like, just so much easier to move. Right. And we're quite well positioned to be able to do this. Are you within range? You're absolutely not within range, so you're going to get dumped. No, you are within range. Everybody is within range here. Yeah, but what I meant to do... Yeah. That in there. Steel bar. That in there. Fine. It really wasn't what I intended to do, but it's fine. Yep. 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 Okay, so that is loads and loads and loads of production. I mean, that should be an absolutely gargantuan amount of production that we should never really have to worry about. And now, all I need to do is transport these resources up this way. Good. And remember, with the rail, we need to make it into a loop. So what I'm going to do is set a backup. I mean, we actually want to come down here, round here, across here. Good. So this will get unloaded here. This will be the backup supply. Yep. Perfect. And then down across. I can't believe that I've not built rails yet. Feels like a massive oversight. I mean, I'm finally rectifying it, obviously, but... Here we go. Can I hold control? No, well that... I don't want to merge the rails. I don't think I need to merge them. I don't think I want to merge them. Yeah, you don't like to build straight, do you? Nice. There we go. And I need to curve this in such a way that we don't have a sort of weird, funky, open TTD corner. Right, let's collect from here. Yes, look at that. Look at that. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. And then drop off here. It works. Number of vehicles, 10. Oh, look at the size of these trains. Look at the size of these trains. 10 is absolute overkill. I think 4 is, honestly, still overkill, to be honest with you. But it's looking good. It's looking good. That's looking really, really good. It looks like the railway system is just a bit too congested. But that's fine. Either way, we get here, we unload. Looks like we wait for full unload, which is quite good. Very nice. Very happy with that. Very, very happy with that. That is excellent. That's what I'm talking about. That's great. So that will help supply more reinforced concrete, which I absolutely do need. This aluminium. Why is this aluminium taking its sweet, sweet time? Aha. We are not making enough. We're not making enough with the polymer bars. Really? Still? We still don't have enough polymer bars coming through? Oh, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to supply more polymer bars to here, I guess. And we're just going to build a brand new road up this way. We're going to take... Yep. That. And plonk that down over there. This is going to be solely polymer focused. Not trains this time, I'm afraid. There we go. 20. Nope, that's far too many. 15 is seemingly just right. This looks like the absolute junction from hell. Thankfully, I'm not responsible and I don't care. Now, are we going to be able to manage all of this carbon with just these 4 drones? Well, 2 drones actually, and then 2 managing polymer, but I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. High-tech components, the more high-tech components that we're pumping out, the better. The more drone depots, Mark II, that we're pumping out, the better. We're getting through the aluminium. That means that we're able to move this aluminium from place to place. I actually almost feel like we just get another aluminium storage. Yeah, we get another aluminium storage site, because otherwise we will have massive metal waste backlogs, and I don't really want to deal with that. So, yeah, good to get that sorted. How are we doing? How are we doing over here? Not much better, to be honest. Not much better. Yeah, I almost feel like this should be connected. I mean, there is, of course, the other sort of thing that I could do. Steel bars, there we go. Yeah, there is something else that I could do. I could just build a train network all the way up to, you know, where the iron bars are actually needed. However, I feel like if we have this as like a... Let's make this a backup as well. Yeah, I feel like if we have a sort of central iron distribution point, I don't know, maybe it's not going to work out. Maybe it will. We'll just sort of roll with it. I like this. I like this operation. It seems to be working. New Bogota has got a new lease of life. It's coming in thick and fast. That's great. Ice drills. Do I care about ice drills anymore? I probably do. Oh, yeah, we need to make dams, don't we? Reinforced concrete. I'm looking at a big old pile of reinforced concrete here. And there's not much to do with it. So, yeah, let's make some dam elements. That's not a swear word. I don't know if dam counts as a swear word, but we're not even saying that. We're saying DAM. So that's all above board. Right. The other thing that we need is the assembly plant for the dam pump. And where are we going to put the high-tech parts? I mean, we have the industrial high-tech parts that are going to come from here, right? Yeah, these are the industrial high-tech parts. Look at this! Look at it! Look at how many residential high-tech parts we got now. That's great. How's my aluminium looking? It's not looking too bad. Still maybe a little bit on the high side. Reinforced concrete is definitely looking better now. After I have supplied a whole bunch of additional iron. It's good. We're still prioritizing iron coming from the recycling operation, so that's fine. We're very okay with that. Anything else that I need to do here? This is recycling center manufacturing. I should reduce the number of trucks that we have on this route. It's really not that essential. But yeah, you're coming from here. So I will do a truck from here. Oops. Truck from here, of course, because we can't double up. And we need to go to this area. But there's no road here. That's a bit of an oversight, to be honest with you. High-tech parts. Road. Punt that in there. And then, yep, we need to build we actually need to build a new road over here. Because we deleted this one. Not like it particularly matters. It's very, very easy to build road. And 5 trucks. Sure. So yeah, high-tech components are still going to take their sweet time to be built. And in fact, I wonder if I can just maybe build another factory that helps us build high-tech components just that little bit faster. Which, of course, is going to mean that more aluminium is served. I mean, the aluminium... Yeah, I mean, I almost feel like we would be better if we put all the aluminium into some sort of, like, central repository. Kind of like with the iron... I'm not sure. We might end up coming back to that and putting all of our sort of key resources into big sort of like jumbo depots. But for now, I think we can cope with how things are all spreading out. The good news is that it doesn't seem like having multiple hundreds of trucks really affects performance at all. So there's no real incentive to go back and change our routes. In fact, as far as I'm aware, I don't think there is like a way to look at the different routes. I mean, other than sort of hovering over the lines and the pickup stops, I don't think there's any way to change the routes. Either way, who cares? New Bogota is continuing to grow. That's great. How's my temperature operation doing? It's not looking bad, is it? It's not looking bad at all. 3,000 population. Would you look at that? Okay. This is it. With our new carbon nanotube material, we should be able to build a space elevator. Okay. Great. Ooh! Space elevator base is now ready, but we need a lot more nanotubes to build the cable. Why am I doing all the work here? Okay, carbon nanotubes, space elevator cables, space elevator, construction site, nano research center. Fine. Okay. That is good. First of all, build a construction site in contact with your city. I presume that is actually the city. Each city can be specialized with one type of research center. You can build several research centers. Production speed. Okay. That's cool. That is absolutely cool. So space elevator is reasonably nearby. That is good for us. What do we need? What do we need to build? So with the dam pump is fine. Construction site is just reinforced concrete. Oh, that's so easy. Where's the research center, though? We build the construction site first, and then I guess we supply the goods through the research center? Okay, well, that's fine. We can make that work. Right, assembly plant. Let's assemble a construction site, which is literally just reinforced concrete. I'm quite happy with how this little sort of reinforced concrete area is working out now. That's looking really good. It's looking really good. It is slightly problematic in the sense that we are not making very many trucks. We're making a few, not many. Yeah, and we've almost mined through that entire iron patch there. But that's the good news is that we've got a secondary iron patch which we're exploiting with vigor now, which is good. What's our milestone here? Complete construction of the space elevator base. Okay. So how many construction sites do we need? We just need one, I think? We've already got 3. Nice. Okay, so where do I build it? It said proximity to the city, wasn't it? Research centers. Construction site. In contact with the city. Fine, let's build it over here. Nano Research Center, reinforced concrete, high-tech parts. Right, video game. That's fine. 200 reinforced concrete, 200 high-tech parts. I was thinking I could just put it in here somewhere. It would require a little bit of reorganization, but, I mean, we could do it. I think, on the other hand, it's maybe just a better play if we just redo the main sort of production lines. Reinforced concrete there. What was it? High-tech parts, I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah. High-tech parts. So, high-tech parts from industry we're getting from here. Absolutely perfect. No issues with that. Let's get a route. I need to find some way to integrate trains more into my setup because I've not done anything with trains yet. That feels like an oversight. It feels like a big oversight, in fact. Right there. Let's get 10. Let's get 20 because I mean, the sooner we build this, the easier it'll be, right? Wow, and we got loads of reinforced concrete here already, so this is going to be a very easy setup. I mean, I don't want to obviously jinx it. I don't want to end up unnecessarily making it too challenging for myself. But yeah, I mean, this looks fine. I don't foresee any major sort of issues here. It's all looking good. We have kind of exhausted all of our reinforced concrete already, and now there's a bit of a backlog. But the sort of pro is that we are going to be able to build this construction site unbelievably quickly. Yeah, very, very good. Okay, cool. Let's get this done then. I've had an idea. I've obviously got this area down here, which is currently manufacturing, well, reinforced concrete. Why don't I make a railway here? I mean, I've got the goods, so I might as well, like, do something like... Can we cross? Yeah, we can cross roads. I might as well do something like this, where we take our resources up to here, and then we basically just transfer them onto this thing, which I've already built, and then this thing will be the backup for this thing. You know, so this reinforced concrete is going to get offloaded here and onto there. I think that will be a good solution, actually. Right. Come down here. Great. And come out this way. Nice. Try not to duplicate / overlap, whatever it is. Nice. And can we make that turn? I think we can, you know? Yeah, we absolutely can. Look at that. Perfect. And you should be within range as well. So that is good. We're going to go from here all the way up to here. Yep. We're going to transport reinforced concrete, and we're going to get 3 vehicles. Do I really need more trains? Probably not. 3 vehicles, yeah. 3 vehicles seems absolutely adequate. Let's roll with that. Also, I'm thinking I'm going to make 1 more reinforced concrete supply station, because that will allow us to load the trains way faster and also unload the factories and reload the factories with all the stuff that we need to do just that little bit quicker, which is kind of what we're hoping for. Cool. So this feels just like a way better way of doing things. And it means that we've just got that little bit of extra security of concrete supply, or reinforced concrete supply, I should say. And because it's a backup, we'll only use it if this doesn't end up working out, which, I mean, it's not going to last forever anyway. We're already starting to see some of the sulfur deposits run dry. I know we've got this little sort of extra setup, but, you know, that's not going to last forever either. I'm not over the moon about the fact that I'm using my sort of city supply to build... Ooh, look, that's new. I'm not over the moon about the fact that I'm using my city supply of reinforced concrete, but I'm assuming that this is only going to be a sort of like temporary supply contract. And if we do need more reinforced concrete, well, we can get it from somewhere else. But for now, let's just focus on getting this built. I don't think that we've got the ability to make food. Do we? No, food is next. So in order to push our population even higher, we will have to get this done and the space elevator done first. Oh, we are very close to getting this done. Hey, look at that. It is built. The more populated the city, the faster the research center will produce. Okay, so this produces carbon nanotubes. And then from there, also, I think I can delete both of these. I don't think I need to supply any resources. Yeah, I think we just settle for that. Yeah, delete that. Cool. That's okay. Right, so space elevator, what is next? What is next? Space elevator used to easily exchange resources. We built the construction site. We built the nano research center. We've got this coming in. Space elevator cable. Right, so this is made in a factory. It's 3 carbon nanotubes and an aluminium bar in order to make this. I mean, I wonder, can we get like another? Looks like we can get another construction site. I don't know if we can build more, but we don't necessarily need to. Right, so aluminium production. Aluminium production we have right here. This feels like it could come back to bite me in the bahuki, but we're gonna give it a go. So yeah. Let's make this happen. Here. There. Sure. And then we'll get this in here. What do I want? Carbon nanotubes. Yep. Bingo. And we'll select that for there. Carbon nanotubes. Can I pick up the carbon nanotubes? It's right there. Nice. And very simple case of supplying here to here with the carbon nanotubes. Right. Let's see if that works. We'll get 5 trucks up and running. I mean, it looks like these carbon nanotubes are made really, really quite quickly. So that's great. I almost wonder, do I need another one of these? We may very well need another one. Let's build 2 more so that we can offload more resources more quickly. Because I feel like annual city production is 114. That feels like enough. I mean, we do need like 3 per space elevator cable. Oh, is it... Do we need an output? I think we need an output. Yeah, we need an output. It looks like they're built quite fast, actually. Nanotubes coming through. Great. Yeah, nice. Okay. And then from there, what do? I guess we supply them to... Let's let the game run at 3 times speed. I guess we supply them to this thing here. You need 500 of each space elevator cable. I don't think there's a difference. But you know what we're gonna do? You bet your bottom dollar that we're gonna build a railway track. That is quite exciting. It's very exciting, in fact. Right. All the way over to here. Bring it round. Bring it round. Bring it down. Why do you want to do that? Why do you want to do that? I don't want you to... I don't want you to do that. I want to undo that. I want a consistent... There we go. It's messy. You know what? I'll fix that. I'll fix it in post. Fix it in post. This is... You really do not like... I mean, is there... I don't think there's a way that I can... I don't think there's a way that I can just tell the train to build straight track. Oh, actually, hold on. What if I do this? Copy. Ah, yeah, nice. That's way easier. Copy, paste. Cool. Right. So, this is going to be... I mean, it's not a temporary rail track in the sense that we can maybe repurpose it later on, but... I mean, I gotta be honest, it's probably only going to be used for this. Unless, of course, we need to move stuff from the space elevator. That will be cool. Also, temperature-wise, things are looking up. Things are looking up. Very, very satisfying indeed. Right, let's get a copy of this. And paste it over here. Paste it over here so that we can load at very, very rapid speeds. I'm going to fix this monstrosity right now. And bring that in like so. Duplicate, duplicate. There we go. And there, there. That's fine. That's enough. It's not quite enough. Now it's enough. Then we're going to go here. All the way over to here. This exact spot. We're going to get 5 trains. Is that going to be enough? I have no idea. But we should be able to 100% fully load this sucker. Man, this looks good. This looks good. Right, so 3 times speeds. Are we going to be able to produce enough of these carbon nanotubes before the trains roll around? We need more of them, actually. That's the thing. We need more carbon nanotubes. I will store more. That's fine. And actually, speaking of store more, I think we'll transport more as well. Get 25 on the go. Yeah. That feels like enough. But it feels like we need more loading and unloading capacity. So that is why I'm going to build as many of these drone stations as we possibly can. That's looking good. Okay, we are definitely supplying the resources into the space elevator. It is happening. It is working. This is a high quantity production of the sense that we've never really had to do before. I mean, we've had to do high quantity before, but not to the same degree, I feel. It's definitely much more high quantity. Also, are we... Yeah, we absolutely could support some more trains on this system. There we go. Looking good. Fully loaded. Fantastic. We are now 100% out of aluminium ore, which is not really a problem that I anticipated running into, to be honest with you. City supply is limited. What are we limited by? We are limited by our supply of these things, the reinforced concrete. What's the issue with reinforced concrete? Certainly not steel bars. And then why not? Why are we not making more down here? I feel like it's just... We're just not able to manufacture... We're not able to mine this flippin' sulfur stuff fast enough. Right, let's set up a little chain so that we can get more. There we go. Yeah, so something like this. And then just pop down a whole bunch. There we go. Some of these might not supply to anybody, but, I mean, I don't really care. Point is that we've got pretty much the maximum sort of, like, area of sulfur that we can possibly get. And that will give us more concrete, and then that will give us more reinforced concrete, because we do need loads. I mean, our city needs loads. We maybe don't need to be supplying as much to this setup over here. This does make dam components, which are maybe going to be useful. I mean, they're probably going to be useful. But it's also maybe something that I shouldn't be prioritizing as sort of fully as I am. We could also maybe do a little bit more... I mean, not really. I was going to say we could maybe be doing a little bit more sort of sulfur extraction over here. But, I mean, barely. Barely. We're pretty much out of sulfur in this area. Yeah, it's not great, to be honest. Waste disposal. How many waste disposals do I have? 19. Probably more than I'm ever going to need. I'll still need all of that. Right, so this is... Yeah, it's still working. It's still happening. We maybe just need to get more... We maybe just need to get more trucks on this route, to be honest. Let's add another 10. Why not? I've got trucks spare. We can afford to move more resources around. So, yep, let's absolutely do it. There we go. Load them up. Get them all moved. And that, of course, is going to mean, hopefully, that I get more... Oh my goodness, look at this. Look at these carbon nanotubes. Yeah, I hopefully get more metal waste, and with that metal waste, we should be able to get more aluminium, I hope. God, this was all predicated on the basis that we would be able to... store and use the excess aluminium that I had here. Because now the entire point of building this here basically breaks down. I mean, we do have aluminium production over here, but I don't really want to be moving... I don't really want to be moving aluminium back up to the recycling point, do I? This feels like very, very, very bad planning. I mean, truly bad planning. New Bogota, city supply. Yeah, we're supplying everything that we need, bar food. Yeah. Although, to be fair, we do have a fairly consistent amount of aluminium supply. It's just not enough. Yeah, you know, we're going to have to bring... Very embarrassingly, we're going to have to bring in some aluminium here. It's going to take a long time to get these resources up to where they need to go. But I'm going to do it anyway, because kind of important for us. But I can always delete it later. That's the thing. Right, aluminium bars. We're going to bring 40 trucks of this stuff up here. That is the most trucks that we have on literally any route. But it is absolutely worthwhile doing. Also going to copy and paste this here so that we can start backlogging just a little bit more. Obviously, we've got lots of factories. We've got lots of production. So I think we should be good for everything. But it would be better if we had just a little bit more storage as an intermediate sort of option. Either way, all of it is going to come up here now. And it'll work, at least temporarily, I suppose. And we can get this polished off. Well, that didn't really take very long at all, to be honest. I mean, once we started moving the aluminium up here, it just kind of all fell into place. Literally, I mean, it took like 2 minutes, to be honest, at 3 times speed, so no big deal. Space lift is operational. We'll start bringing you seeds at once. Those seeds are engineered to produce greenhouse food very efficiently. Okay, I'm interested. That's going to allow me to get food. Build pumping stations near shores and rivers. Ah. You need to raise the temperature high enough using the greenhouse gas generators. Right. So, let's take a little look at the temp situation. At minus 20, we're going to get water. We clearly need to do way more in terms of temperature. Various seeds, food, etc. Oh yeah, how's the space elevator looking? Oh, fantastic. It's here. It's in existence. That's good. So, various seeds we can get as an output now. I'm going to reduce the number of trains that we have here to 0. In fact, just delete the routes. Fine. Probably going to delete that as well. I think I'm going to stop moving aluminium bars up to here. It's this one that I want to delete. Yeah, there we go. Delete that. Also going to delete this as well. We can always reinstate them if we need to. Not a big deal. The progression is 6,000 population. That, of course, facilitates... or necessitates the need for food creation, which is fine. But I think now we really do need to focus on the greenhouse gasification of this planet. Where is my current greenhouse gas operation? That's the real question. Oh, it's the space elevator. It's the shadow of the space elevator cable that I built. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Right. It's not here. Where is it? Where on Earth? Oh, I built it down here, didn't I? Yeah, it was this little separate operation. Okay. So, how's this all looking? It's looking fine, but we need way more fluorites. Okay, ditch you, and then do a copy-paste job. There we go. Nice. So it's like a modular... I can just do this normally. Yeah, like a modular sort of like expansion there. That is 100% of my fluorine, by the way. So that's not a lot. I now need to do... Let's do this. Let's copy you, and then copy you. So we can offload sulfur and fluorine. And then from there, we're going to expand. There we go. Expand all of our operations. Maybe even further. Maybe we do that in there. That in there. And then that there, that there. That's pointless because it's not even going to be reachable. As is that. But I think that's good. I think that's good for us. Where the heck am I going to get more fluorine from? There are like little patches, but not very much. Right, let's ignore the, what is that? The SF6 for now. And let's head on up here and see what we need in order to make this work better. Nitrogen? Have I built... Did I keep building ice extractors? Ooh, greenhouse. Don't mind if I do. Did I keep building... Oh, thank goodness I did keep building these things. Right. Let's copy. And paste here. And paste here. Not enough item zone, doesn't matter. The point is, that will be enough nitrogen, right? I should hope so. That is plenty. That is absolutely plenty of resources. Whether or not we need to get more greenhouse gas generators up here will be another thing entirely. Yeah. Yeah, we are almost certainly. Right, well that's an easy one to fix, because all we do is punt this up here. Say you do nitrogen, and then we punt this up here, and we say you do fluorite. And here. It's fine. It's good enough. It's a little bit more capacity. I think we're going to be stressed or strained in one of these things, nitrogen or fluorite. Also, I'm very curious to see what happens when the water starts. That's looking good. We're definitely moving up in the temperature realm. I'm happy with that. Could I do any more? Yeah, I mean, we could do this up here, and then just, I mean, literally copy paste this setup there, copy paste this setup there, copy paste this setup there. I mean, it's not exactly the best looking of the operations that I've set up on this planet, but that's a very, very low bar for me, to be honest, so I think we can just roll with this. Also thinking I will need to get another one of these. Yeah, and then that into there like so. That will connect up to there. Great. That will feed in. Wonderful. And then that's the last. Yeah, so we've fully exploited that fluorite patch. Will it be enough? Almost certainly not. But then again, we're currently maxed out on our nitrogen production because I just do not have any more of these nitrogen extractors. I mean, I got one. One more. Sure, we'll throw that down in the middle there. Okay, that's good. That is really, really good. Are we going to see a notable spike? There's a little bit of a spike there. It's good. Our temperature did increase by like 1 whole degree Celsius in the last little while whilst I've been watching this. How's this looking over here? What do we need? What do we need? You have got fluorite, and you now do not have sulfur. Well, that is to be expected, to be honest with you. Let's overbuild that there, and then let's just build a copy-paste job of all of this. Copy. That's not even close to what I was going for. In fact, actually the exact opposite was what I was going for. Yeah, just build that there, that there, that there. Fine. You know what? If I'm not going to copy-paste it, I'll just do it manually. It's fine. Takes no time at all. Nice. How's that looking? That should give us way more sulfur. And with way more sulfur comes way more responsibility. Or something like that. It's looking good, though. That's looking very good. Right. Let's get that in there like so. Store it more at the front. Great. And then all of the sulfur can be offloaded here. And then it can be deployed to everywhere that it needs to be deployed to. Very, very nice indeed. So that is good. NF3, I think we did a better job with the NF3 setup. I do like that a lot better than I like this setup. But at least, you know, at least we've got it sorted. I'm also thinking, I need way more trucks. I need way more trucks. 10 more trucks? That will suit me just fine. I think we've got plenty of drones at this end to offload at a relatively decent speed. So that's good. All right. Onwards and upwards. Pressure-wise, looking good. Temperature-wise, looking less good, but still decent. Definitely moving in the right direction. All right, I'm just going to let this game run for a little while now. I don't think that there's any other sort of further setups that I want to address or change. I mean, unless it's more flippin' fluorite, which I don't think it is. I think I'm just quite content just to let the video game have a little go. Maybe whilst I'm faffing around with this, I can do a little train route. That's maybe something that I'll do. But for now, I'm quite content just to let the game play out. So yeah, I couldn't help myself. Also, I'm now just realizing this is actually a double rail. Yeah, confess if you put that in the comments earlier. Yep, I'm guessing that was quite a frequent occurrence. I couldn't help myself. I wanted to build more fluorite production, so you know what? That's exactly what I've gone and done. That being said, I've now realized this is a double rail. That's why it doesn't want to build straight, because it doesn't care if it builds straight. The rail doesn't care if it builds straight, that is. All it cares about is getting from place to place, from point to point. So, well, you know what? Now we've got a quadruple rail setup in some places. Either way, this setup here is going to allow me to get even more, whatever this one is, SF6. Yeah, SF6 pressure, which is good. Very, very happy with that. But now I think that is a good place. That is a good place to just sort of like let things run for a little while, and then hopefully get us to that magical 20 degrees Celsius, or that magical minus 20 degrees Celsius, I should say. We are ever so close to adjusting the temperature. Before we do that, though, there are a couple of other things that we need to get done. So, I mean, looking at the level 13 objectives here, two things that we need to do, get a pumping station and get a greenhouse. The only reason I'm doing this now is because I want to be able to utilize it as fully as possible and as quickly as possible. So, I'm going to set up a pumping station manufacturing facility and also an greenhouse manufacturing facility. I will do that real quick. Right, my greenhouse assembly plant, I have just punted into the middle of here. And then the other one is over in my sort of high-tech reinforced concrete area. That needs to be upgraded to that thingy. That's fine. Speaking of reinforced concrete, why are we not getting a little bit more reinforced concrete coming from down here? Looks like, to me, it's an issue of the number of trucks. So let's get that rectified immediately. Right, temperature, we should be very, very close to minus 20. Liquid water release is going to happen, and it's going to happen pretty darn soon. So, I think the first stage of the process is, according to the information, produce greenhouse gases. Good. Charts. Yes. Rain in rivers. When the temperature is high enough, water will evaporate from the ground and trigger the water cycle. Rain isn't visible, but you see rainy clouds at the most distant zoom level. Right. I've not seen any rainy clouds yet, but we are literally just at that level. Look at the size of New Bogota. Holy cow, it's looking great. It's looking really good. Yeah, I don't know if we can see any sort of rain clouds on the minimap or anything like that, but we'll be keeping an eye out. We'll be keeping an eye out for what's happening because we're in the liquid release. We're in the liquid release zone, which is nice. Okay. We've got greenhouses. That's great. We have got a pumping station. Must be built over humid ground, not submerged in water. Green areas in the water view. Okay, fine. I am acutely aware that we are in a little bit of a divot here. I'm going to have to do some damming in order to make this all work. Wait, what? Look! Look! It's actually happening. It's actually happening. Okay, there's like 3 places across the map that are water filled. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. We have at least done something good. Well, if you can count this as good, which I think we can count this as good. Right. So, not submerged in water in a green zone. That's like here, right? Will that work? You will totally pump water. Amazing. How the heck do we get out of this crater? Can we do it with... Not even close. No, I was going to say, can we reach over the edge with drones? I mean, I don't even think that there is a way up. I mean, can we build a road? No? Rail? Doesn't look like it. Well, that is what we call a problem. What about over here? Oh, well, that's actually like just a patch of water. That would be fine. I mean, we're not a million miles away if we go around this way. And now that I know how to build rails properly, that would be quite handy. That might very well be the only patch that we can utilize right now. Oh, there's another one up here. That's a slightly more easy to deal with crater, probably. There's one down here as well. So it's clearly in all of the craters that it's going to start sort of forming. Which is fine, because I've not really built near any of the craters. Ahaha, look at this, look at this. Okay, so in the low points on the map, right? In the low points is where it's starting to form. So that would be like here somewhere. Like this is the... This kind of looks like a low sort of like floodplain sort of area. So we're probably going to start to see some water emerging in this vicinity. I'm hoping that that's the case anyway. If that is not the case, then I guess we will take some remedial action. Oh, water near the space elevator. Oh, that is, yeah, that is right next door to the space elevator. I didn't actually appreciate how close that was. Where do I want to start? I mean, we will have pumps. We'll have plenty of pumps. We've got 8 at the moment. Let's build a little bit of water over here. Let's build a little bit of water. Fine. We'll do that in there. I will probably need to move those at some point in the future, but for now, it's fine. So, greenhouse, you are here. Greenhouse is gonna be what? Also, we are 1,000,000,000,000,000% using the rails for this transportation method. I didn't build this entire flippin' rail network for nothing. I mean, I know I built it twice, but there we go. Get rid of all this. Remove the double up. We'll do a little sort of whatever, leave that there because I know it's just going to be a pain. Do a little thingy at the end just in case we do need to reuse this area at some point in the future. Come up and around. Great, feed back in. That's fine. And then, oh, yeah, we'll build from here right the way over to here. That will be our network. And let's set up, not on the corner there. We'll set it up here. We'll say water, yep, unload. And then what I'd like to do is a little loop-de-loop that will allow us to get back to the main line. Do a little loop-de-loop over here as well. Is that technical train terminology? Almost certainly not. Nice. Not nice, but it's fine. Doesn't need to look nice. It just needs to be functional. Right, we're going to go from here all the way over to here. There we go. Get, like, I don't know, 3 estimated annual capacity. Should be enough. Probably going to have some loading issues here. But there we go. Some more pumps will help out. Yeah, should be good. Should be great. Don't need to really worry about that too much at the moment, because what we need to do here is worry about the other pieces of the jigsaw, which I can now get sorted. Various seeds, that's the one. Get a second various seeds bin. I'm going to leave these here for now. I don't think we really need them. You need to be various seeds. Train. I'm so glad that we're getting to use the trains at long last. Up to here. Sure. Various seeds. 3 trains, probably overkill. And then it's time for greenhouses at long last. I think it's literally, compost. Flippin' heck. There's a third piece of the puzzle. Annoying, but it's okay. We can make that happen. We can fix that. So compost is carbon and nitrogen. I mean, I don't really have... I mean, nitrogen we only make in one place, and that is up here. And we make it in absolute abundance. Don't get me wrong. We actually make quite a lot of it up here. It's a factory product, isn't it? It's a factory product. Carbon and nitrogen. You know what? Yeah, we can do something. We can do something with this, because all we need is the... What is it? The atmospheric extractor. Let's real quick throw together... Yeah, throw together a very simple sort of setup. Yeah, bang that in the middle there. There we go. All the way around here. Yeah, something like that. Cool. And then the nitrogen we can get from just here. Nitrogen, yep. Carbon we can get from here. That needs to be set to carbon. And then a couple of factories in the middle here. Making compost. How much compost am I going to need? Unsure. Unsure. Let's go down to there. And down to here. Bring them a little bit close together. That's good. I still need to get the output sorted. I will get the output sorted. I'm going to theoretically put the output here. And then we can have compost there. And compost there. And compost there. And that will be 3 chained together. Fully chained. Fully working systems. And then we will get a big old rail to go. I mean, this is... I don't know how many... I don't know how many... I don't know how many bits of track this will be. 400 or so? It's not bad. This is what we're doing, though. This is rail, right? This is the power of rail. And I've not been building flipping tracks the entire gosh darn game to not do something cool with rail. Right. That's... Okay, whatever. Yeah, kind of what I was going for. But what we also need to do at this end is extend the little loop-de-loop system. Yeah, because we need to go all the way up to here and then loop around, because we can't have these service drop-off station point things at intersections. So you're going to come down here, round, you're going to be able to loop around. Yeah, it should be fine. Great. So our nitrogen trains are going to pick up from here, come down to here, and they should be able to loop around. No issues whatsoever. Great. Let's get like 5 of them. Should be great. They're transporting, not nitrogen trains, compost trains, that is. Okay. How many? Not many. How many greenhouses can we get? Not many at all. But I can always copy, paste, do something like that. It's not very efficient, but maybe when I... Maybe /when/if I get depots Mark III, maybe that's going to be a thing. Maybe we can experiment with that. Either way, that is seeds. That's good. We're also, and this is not something that I've even anticipated yet, is that we're also going to have an output for this food, because we need to move it to somewhere. Of course, the way that we're going to be moving it around is by train. Food will go there. Food will go there. It's nice. And then... Yeah, we can actually just set the collection point as that area over there. Let's set up an input over. We supply it to the supply station, the supply center, don't we? I think I can get another supply center. Yeah, we just have to overbuild you, which is absolutely fine. New Bogota's needs have changed. Yeah, they've just like very, very briefly changed down to the lesser. What the heck? Steel bars are not being moved from somewhere to somewhere? Why the heck are we not moving the steel bars out of here? Don't like this. set another collection point up. That is gonna that is gonna cause me issues. Right. Food collection point, great. And then I've got my rails over here. I'm gonna bring the rails up this way, right over to here, and then loop around. Try and keep it relatively tidy. Loop it back in. And that is a route. That is a full supply of absolutely everything that we could possibly need for this plucky area. 3 towns? 3 towns? 3 trains? It's good enough for me. Right, is this compost coming through? This is compost coming through. Choo-choo. Excellent. So these are going to be our first seeds that will be delivered, that will be produced. Our first food will be made right now. I did note, however, that that train only came with 6 bits of compost on. I'm afraid, video game, that's not enough. What's the issue? What is the issue? I don't actually know. It's carbon? That, to be fair, that does kind of figure. that does kind of figure. Right, if I go here. Yeah, if I go there. Brilliant. That'll be more than enough carbon production, I would hope, to keep everything ticking on. The other issue that we might have is that because it's such a long journey, we might just need to get way more trains. I'm also thinking, in terms of just like loading time and speed, having more storage at the output is not necessarily a bad idea. Another one there, another one there. That's good. So we can now sort of stockpile quite a lot of resources. Yeah, perfect. And then here we go 1, 2, 3 more trains, all filled with compost. Perfect. Now, our population has crept above 3,006, which I think is the largest population that New Bogota can support without the addition of food. So that's kind of nice. That's a good full food train, if I do indeed say so myself. Very, very chuffed with how that's all looking. So is it compost that is the problem primarily right now? Yes, it is. That's nice. That's looking good. Not seeing any issues there. Maybe need a few more compost trains, because they are very irregular. And that is the primary issue that we seem to be having at the moment. It's the supply of compost. How are we doing water-wise? It's looking good. It's looking good. Oh, look at that water. Oh, look, clouds. Clouds. Saw rain clouds there? It did say in the highest level of zoom out we were able to see rain clouds. So yeah, not bad, not bad. This area is thankfully not very close to my area of operations at all. And I think, yeah, our space elevator's on the hill, so that's fine. So we don't really need to worry about that too much. Food, yep, I'm going to get more trains, because I think we can support them. I do think we need to get more drones to do the loading, though. Definitely looks like that has made a difference. Because you can't tell the train just to wait until it's full. There's no option for that, at least as far as I'm aware. Don't think so. Recompute, reverse the direction of the line. Nah, you can just set it up and let it go. But I think that's nice, right? Like, it's an elegant simplicity. Right, speaking of elegant simplicity, looks like water is a bit of an issue for us right now. That could very well be either the number of trains that we have, because we don't actually have that many, or it could be the water production. And it is, in fact, the water production. It looks like only some of our water pumping stations are working. So let's slowly but surely sort of migrate these pumping stations to higher ground. We can build more for now. I mean, we've got plenty of them, right? Now we got 7. I mean, it's not loads, but it's also fine. It's also completely fine. Right, so, New Bogota. I was going to say, you probably have got enough food now to satisfy yourself. What's the issue? The issue seems to be reinforced concrete. So yeah, what was the issue? We did kind of touch on this. Ah. It is a complete collapse of sulfur. Complete collapse of sulfur. And yet, we have loads of sulfur here. We have loads of sulfur here. We have... I mean, just absolutely tons of sulfur. So, what's the issue? I think the issue is just that our drones are a little bit tuckered out. Go. There we go. Yeah, so a little bit more of this stuff would be great, because it still integrates quite well to the rest of the network. Yeah, we're reasonably happy with it all, I think. I just need more production. I'm wondering, maybe we could do something over here at this side. That almost seems like a bit sort of counterintuitive. Concrete factories. Yeah, maybe get a concrete factory over there. That's reinforced concrete. That's reinforced concrete. Yeah. Concrete. That outputs concrete. Yeah, leave this here. Put that in there. Yeah. So we'll see if that makes any sort of material impact on the amount of reinforced concrete that we're actually making. I don't think it will, because we have a lot of trucks that are picking it up and taking it to somewhere more important, which is not objectively true, but it is. Well, I mean, it is kind of important, but it's not that important. Yeah, I almost wonder, we should probably just copy and paste a vast swathe of this operation. I mean, what about that? Is there a way that we can make that work? That's almost too good to be true, isn't it? It's very, very too good to be true, but oh boy, that would be cool if it did work. We'll try. Right, so loop here. Yep. And literally just connect up there. I mean, yeah, this is a stupid two-way system that I've got from before, but that's fine. So you do reinforced concrete. You store reinforced concrete. That's nice. You store reinforced concrete as well. We'll double up reinforced concrete stuff there. Go fast mode. Great. And then all the way up to here. Or here. Either or. Reinforced concrete. Not 10 vehicles. That's a bit silly. 6 vehicles seems absolutely ample for what we are after. And then, yeah, we put all of this... We put all of this through. Ah, yes, it is kind of too good to be true, because we need to drop iron off here, don't we? Or steel bars, I should say. Have I got steel bars coming? I've got steel bars here. And that is hugely problematic, actually. Let's drop steel bars off here. Let's drop steel bars off here. You know what? Actually, I've got a better idea. I got an even better idea. Let's create a sort of tiered system where we drop off resources here, and we can prioritize. We can prioritize getting rid of the recycled product. I mean, could I do this with rail? Maybe, but to be honest, we'll just do it with this. Excuse me? Just realizing now there wasn't actually a road that connected both of those two destinations. That was the problem. So we go over to here. Steel bars, great. Let's get like 40 vehicles on that route. We'll set this as a backup. Yep. And then iron, which we have got coming in. Well, no, we don't have coming in yet, but we do have over here. I would love to supply basically iron directly by train to this area. And I'm now realizing this is the opposite of what I want to do. What I really want to have happen is the recycled stuff to be prioritized. So we're going to change the destination to here. And then this will be the backup, which will be deposited by the train. Let's just make sure I got a little cut through. Nice. Be deposited by the train right into this facility right here. Excellent. Cool. 5 steel bars. Great. That should be plenty. Don't know if we're gonna have a huge amount of iron here forever, but at least for now, I'm reasonably happy with how this is all coming together. And that will get us more reinforced concrete, which is honestly the only thing that I really care about right now. It's the only thing that we need in order to make this entire sort of New Bogota project work. It's nice. Reinforced concrete coming through. Even if it's a little bit, even if it's just drip, 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 a little bit more reinforced concrete, it will make all of the difference. There we go. Look at this town grow. Well, it's a city now, I suppose, but yeah, it's growing. I mean, ticking up very, very quickly. The added bonus of, well, I guess the intention of removing iron from this area is that it will finally allow us to have a sort of firm use for all of our iron, our steel bars even. So yeah, we should be able to make this work. I'm very happy with this. Maybe we want to be replacing all of these sort of inputs into New Bogota with rail, but I think for now we are okay with this. It's fine. Right. Population milestone is 6,000. I will keep an active eye on the water situation. I am almost certain that we are going to end up... Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at our railways are on little pillars. Any flooding in anywhere that I care about? No, but I feel like I have to be sort of preemptive to build a dam like over here, somewhere like that. Yeah, because otherwise we're gonna have issues. And then we could get a pump. Yeah, so move water from that side to the other side. Yeah, fine. And that side to the other side. We don't even need to worry about it, do we? We just kind of let it go. Okay, that's kind of cool. I like that a lot. This area is totally screwed. Totally screwed. We're going to need to basically destroy it completely and move everything across to here. I guess. Oh goodness, look at how green and luscious this planet is becoming. I'm so worried about these rivers. They're going to end up ruining everything. I guess that's a bridge that we can cross later on. Right, I need to rework this. It's fine. We can do it fairly easily. But yeah, the city grows in the meantime because we got loads and loads and loads of excess food, and I will just reposition the water pumps and where the heck they're going to go. Okay, so I think that'll do for now. Very simple copy-paste job sort of thing. It doesn't need to be perfect. I mean, especially if the water continues to rise and we need to sort of like readjust things. I don't think it's going to come past this sort of like natural boundary here. But yeah, we'll be careful about that, man. I'm so worried about this river. I'm so worried about this river that's going to end up forming here. Oh, it's worrying. Oh, yeah, starting to see a little bit of accumulation. I don't think that it will touch this area. Oh, but we'll deal with that later. Either way, 6,000 population, here I come. I don't think we should have any supply issues. I think everything should be completely fine. If there is a supply issue, it'll probably be in something like oxygen, I would imagine. I don't think it'll be something overly complicated. Everything's looking good. Although we do have a little bit of a supply issue with reinforced concrete. The problem seems to be that we have 2 drones, and that's not enough. Yeah, we could maybe get another one, but whatever. Doesn't matter. Just let it run. Let it go. Right, just letting things run here. I've had to make a few adjustments. That means that a few houses have had to be sacrificed, unfortunately. Basically doubled up the number of metal waste outputs that I've got. Doubled up the number of reinforced concrete deposits. Also noticing now that we are having issues supplying the high-tech parts, which I think will probably be the biggest issue that we could possibly have. Although, I think the issue with high-tech parts seems to be just a there we go, get 2 more of those. Just a supply sort of loading issue, a number of truck issues. I don't think it's to do with production. I will adjust accordingly But I think that we should be able to hit 6,000 in Bogota with not too much more effort or hassle. The thing that I do worry about, however, is that there's not anywhere else. I mean, here maybe? Actually, yeah, here is totally fine. If I build a backup offloading spot for high value, I can load, I suppose, to both supply centers. But yeah, that's good. Oxygen now as well is a bit of an issue. That's a level 1 oxygen facility. We need to get that upgraded to a level 2. And with 2, it brings a second drone. And honestly, with a second drone, we should have no issues supplying what we need to supply. I didn't even realize that was a level 1. Oh, this is a level 1 as well. There we go. Get that upgraded to a level 2. So that'll make a difference. That's good. That's really good. How's my dam looking? My dam is looking not very good. Not very good. Whoops. Okay, so this entire area is like low-lying land. Right. Here's what we need to do. I've got the dam components. It's fine. So this all... Yeah, this area is low-lying. Let's get pump here. Pump here. I need to basically, like, protect up to here, right? By my calculations, that's what I need to do. And then we just need to, like, let it pump out. Cool. Okay, great. We got the 6,000 population. Very, very happy with that. We have genetically modified plant species in order to make them viable in our atmosphere, but they still need the appropriate temperature and humidity. Well, yeah, of course. Of course. Right, population of 10,000. Pine tree, eucalyptus tree, and a tree greenhouse. Steel bar and a polymer bar. Absolutely, we are doing that. Right. Grass will automatically spread from forest. A grass hexagon releases 20% as much O2 as a forest hexagon. Right. A single tree, it will spread into a large forest with time, provided the land's viability is good. Okay. Show next warning. Oh, no. Oh, it's the river. The river is starting to form. Oh, it's what we always feared. Right. Can I divert this river? I don't know if this is even possible. We're gonna try. And then, oops, go up there, yeah. Right, the problem with rivers is that I think they kind of know where they want to go. You know what I mean? And I don't think I will have much say in determining where they want to go. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. Right. Although, that actually looks not too bad. Right, we're going to have to... Yeah. I don't want to build over an existing, but I do want to make sure that I'm protecting my aluminium or aluminum deposits. And you're pumping out there. Yeah, good. We got 60 pumps. We're ready for when the pumps. We're ready for when stuff starts to happen. Oh, this is not a situation that I wanted to deal with. This is not good. This is not good. So, can we divert water somewhere? This is such an important this is such an important part of my operation. Oh boy. Oh boy. Also, how's water doing over here? It's only one pump. That's fine. Let's just move the pump to here, I guess. Yeah, fine. Okay. What was I going to do? I was going to do something. I don't want to address this. This, I think, is fixed. Famous last words. It looks good. It looks better. Rain is going to be a perpetual issue. I will fix this, but I will fix it in a little bit. And we may need to adjust some roads in order to get some sort of straight operations. Now, tree greenhouse, yes, that is what I'm interested in doing. Tree greenhouse is made with steel bars and polymer bars. That's aluminium bars. Aluminium, polymer, it's right here. This is where we've got our regular greenhouse production. And then you can go there. This is how much I'm doubling down on keeping this area dry. I am gonna copy that, build that there. And that will be everything that you need. I am not giving up. I'm not giving up on this area. That can continue to flow. That can pretend to continue to flow. I where do I want to go? I want to divert it. I want to divert it like round. I mean, to be fair, if we diverted this route here, right? Here's what I'm thinking. If we did this, if we like really kept to a very sort of like strict regimen, and yes, I know there are issues with this setup. So if we did something like this, if we moved this entire operation, we copied you, put you over here. There we go. If we move this origin to here, and then we deleted this entire area. Yep. And then we continued to build down this way. Protecting this entire operation. Pump out. Good. Protecting this entire operation. I think we can make this work. The issue would be, I don't know how we get. Can we get roads? We can't get roads over / on top of the dam, can we? No. And I wonder if there is perhaps an issue. I mean, we can always sort of connect up in weird and wonderful places. Like up here, for example, an area that we know is not going to be inhibited by river flow. So that goes there, that goes there. So as long as we got it all connected up, we should be okay. Okay, delete that there, delete that there, delete this here. If this works, I will be very, very happy. Because it means that we don't have to reposition this entire area. Right. So, where is it going to flow? The interesting thing is going to be, where the heck is the water going to flow? It's going to obviously pool here. If it pools round, if it just like loops around here, that would be great. Alternatively, I can kind of force it to go that way. Yeah. Oh, you're stuck? You're going to there, but I need to get you recomputed. Ah, you can't go because there's not a connection here. There we go. Yep, there we go. Automatically recomputed. It looks like, yeah, you can be above water. The water can be above... Oh, okay, the good news is that we are holding back. We are holding back the water in the very, very loosest of terms. Right, pump. Needs to be here. We need to start pumping it out there. That's good. This river is... Yeah, that is not going to hold, is it? Okay, here's what we need to do. We need to build a... Yeah, I mean, there's still tributaries that are going to be sort of flying around and whatnot, but it's fine. We basically just need to completely surround. I mean, we have no choice. We have no choice. I don't want to redesign this entire area. I have no choice. Right. All the way up here. Great. Keep it just like contained. Oh my goodness, we don't have enough dams. Oh no. Okay. You know, to be fair, this is probably overkill. I was just trying to keep it contained as much as possible. So at least we know now, right? It's 100% going to come down this side. And I suppose we could, like... I suppose we could do something... I suppose we could do something that actually, like, forces it, like, actively down this route. So we do something like this, right? And then come down here. Not enough vitamin. Yeah, whatever. Fine. But if we do... You know, something like that, for example, we can actually direct the flow down this way. Which is exactly what we want. Yeah. Nice. And so it'll never get too sort of overflowy. Because... Yeah, we've got it all sorted. Now, of course, there is a massive time penalty that we do take. I mean, there's a big, big time penalty. And some of this stuff is really rather important. I mean, this route, for example, is now ridiculous. And it is absolutely crazy that we don't just build this setup over here, for example. And then change that to there, and then change, hey, yeah, we change the origin to here. That is much more sensible. And to be fair, probably something that I should have done a little while ago. We can also delete this now, which is great. I would love the opportunity to make a sort of a big sort of super highway thing that goes over the top of the dams, but unfortunately I can't do that. Now, this is all looking good. We're protecting our sort of space. That is a river that's going to come down through here. I can delete that. I mean, there's no real reason to have these here. We should have just a little bit of extra going up there just to be on the safe side. But yeah, I think that's okay. Right, so there's a warning over here that is going to get addressed, and it's going to get addressed because I'm going to just trash it. Next warning. You are fine. You are going to be fine. You just need a little bit of additional water pumpage over there. Yeah, and then you will get completely sorted. That was just residual waste, and if there is any further waste in the future or further water in the future, then that's fine. We can deal with it. Wow, we've actually dealt with all of our problems. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Okay. Have I talked enough to produce any tree greenhouses yet? I have. So, an evergreen tree resistant to cold temperatures. Various seeds, carbon, and water. Well, we do most of those things over here. We've got the various seeds. We don't have carbon, but we do have water. Let's make a tree greenhouse then, shall we? Where is it? Tree greenhouse. Boom. Eucalyptus, and then you can have a pine tree. I presume that we need an output for these things. I don't know. Pine tree. No, it doesn't look like we do actually need a pine tree. Looks like we can just place them. Nice. Okay. That makes things much easier. This can be carbon storage. Nice. And then we will need the carbon for both of these. I like this setup. This is looking good. This is looking really good. I do need carbon production, and I have got carbon production. I think is it up here? It is up here. You know what? Let's copy and then just paste it down into this area. I'm actually pretty relaxed about putting this over here because I'm not gonna worry. Yeah, I'm just not worried about the proximity, to be honest. It's fine. If we do need to move it, we can very, very easily move it. It's just a very simple sort of copy-paste job. And that will get us everything that we could possibly need. This is a really sort of good area. I mean, who'd have thunk it that trains are so darn good? Now, New Bogota is not growing anymore. What's the issue here? It's oxygen. That's the easiest problem to solve. Absolutely love it. Love, love, love it. Do I need another oxygen supplier? I do, and I don't have one. But to be honest, I think the issue with the oxygen is probably that we just don't have enough trucks. Because I've only got 6 at the moment, and I think 25 seems like a much more appropriate number. Production-wise, I think we are absolutely perfect for production. It's just a case of getting more of it into here as and when we need it. This is good. This is very, very good. So, you are 100% satisfactory. Look at the speed. Look at the speed that we're consuming this stuff. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant. Love it. I think we should hit 10,000. No issues whatsoever. The fact that our... Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I was worried for a second there. Video game, you keep me worried. Copy, paste. Nice. I think we've honestly got plenty of water coming through, but it's good to have. It's good to have security of supply. It's fine. How's this area looking? Not looking too bad. Occasional bits of water get through, but I'm actually okay with how that's all sort of working. I'm kind of a bit more worried about how this area is going to end up. I mean, this is like right on the main, right on the main bit. This absolutely has to change. This cannot remain the same. We need to pull tighter to the aluminium there. Yeah, nice. If we need... This is going to be such a big problem if we need to change this around. It's fine now, though. It's fine for now. It's a big puddle of water. A Huge puddle of water. Right, we're almost to 0 degrees Celsius. How very exciting. How very exciting indeed. New Bogota, what do you need? You need something. It is almost certainly high-tech parts. The high-tech parts, last time that I checked, the high-tech parts, there wasn't a supply issue. Now it's a supply issue. It's polymers now. Huh. That's an issue. Can I just copy this setup again? I'm going to copy the setup again. Is it perfect? No. Will it work? Probably. Let's get two more routes. You know what? I think I'm going to stop making the Depot Mark IIs. I've only got 633 of them, but I'm figuring that I'm probably not going to need that many in the future. Instead, let's focus on these high-tech parts. That is absolutely what I need more of. Can I build, like, more here? Yeah, I absolutely can. I've set up the 2 supply routes coming from these little outposts. I've added additional factories as well. And supply stations. There we go. So that will allow us to supply a little bit more carbon to a few more places. Maybe I build that there. Build that there, and build that there. Yeah, so that might give me just that little bit of additional production that we're after. I've probably added too many trucks. I don't really care. It doesn't really matter. Now, what is the issue in Bogota? I am really not sure. It's still high-tech parts. Okay, that's fine. If it's high-tech parts, we can address that. It's just the journey. Look at the journey now. It's so, yeah, long. Do I replace it with a train? I feel like I don't. I feel like we just need way more trucks. Double the number of trucks that we've got going on. So from 40 to 80. That is probably overkill, but I think it'll be worth it. I think it's worth it. Could I get... Could get another one of these over here. We've definitely got capacity for more high-tech manufacturing over that side. But I think we should be able to supply... I think we should supply the needs of Bogota at the moment with just this. Yeah, that will take it back to growth, right? Should do. Should do. Ah. Hold on. There is another issue that we have not yet considered. And that is the disaster that is recycling. So where's my recycling currently going? Again, look at the journey times, man. Look at the journey times. It's going over to here. It's getting picked up from there. I mean... Build another one of these. Polymer. Yeah. So you can take more off. But to be honest, this just seems to be a more trucks needed sort of thing. We get more trucks. We get more sort of supply buffer. That should be fine. And then that will help us get, you know, cut back massively on the recycling backlog that we've got. I mean, we've got so many things to recycle. Yeah, I need to be prioritizing. I need to be prioritizing where my resources go for the recycling just a little bit better. Because if we have a sort of supply chain that prioritizes using the recycled products in the first instance, then we wouldn't have these issues. Also, I'm now thinking maybe we have a more sort of granular problem than that. Maybe we have a problem that is... Basically, we just don't have enough recycling centers. Or maybe we just don't have enough sort of like offloading / unloading capacity. I mean, it's crazy. This is crazy. Increase the number of trucks that we've got on the routes. Take them both up to 20. Whoa, we're out of vehicles. That is going to be not difficult to replace, but I almost guarantee that, yeah, we've run out of resource here. That is an issue. That is an issue. Do we have any spare steel bars? We've got aluminum bars. Or aluminium bars, but we don't have any spare steel. Oh boy. Well, New Bogota has returned to growth, which is fantastic. It's really good. It's really good. Can I copy this? Put that in there. And copy this. Just eke every little last bit out of this area. We have to. We have to. And then also, you know what? I'm going to set up a brand new bespoke truck manufacturing area over here. Yeah. You know what? Undo that. That was stupid, because we shouldn't be building on viable deposits, even if we're not even that bothered about it. But we should be only building on we should only be building on areas that aren't viable, because we will almost certainly need to come back and use them at some point in the future. So you take steel bars, good, and then from the steel bars we just punt that into an assembly plant. Very simple. Not very simple. We need a factory first. Just gonna make mechanical parts. You make that. Mechanical parts. Good. Fine. Happy days. And that's gonna allow me to make, hopefully, enough trucks to keep me going. Because I do need them. I do need trucks. Even though we got trains. And I like trains. I need more mechanical parts. And I need more trucks. Right. We have a warning. It's another stupid warning over here. Over there. That over there. Moving backwards. Moving backwards. It's fine. It's fine. That's the best warning to get. New Bogota is back on a tear. Right. I have 118 pine trees. Did I not build eucalyptus at all? I did not. I wanted to build eucalyptus. It's the same thing. So, yeah, get that sorted. We now need more water. And ironically enough, we don't have enough water production. Are you kidding me? As all my water pumps are literally overflowing? You're telling me we don't have enough water? Okay, fine, whatever. Either way, I'm gonna build some pine trees. We have 100% viability in some of these places. Let's build a pine tree over here. So we just build it. Can I, like, build... I mean, we can build, like, loads. So this will spread out. Build them at the top of... What if I build them, like... Yeah, viability 0%. If it's on, like, basically non-fertile ground. Oh! Look at this. Pile of rusty coffer. A feeling of deja vu. Cool. This buried Statue of Liberty. Yeah, nice. The pine green is... The pine green is good. The eucalyptus is less good. Let's, oh, look, there's already a little bit of natural growth there. I like it. I like it a lot. Let's just build a bunch of pine trees around here. Let's just populate this entire area. I don't know how much... I don't know how much we need to plant. But I can do it from well out. There we go. Okay, so let's see how much that spreads. Let's see how much that spreads. Temperature, pressure, all looking good. Bogota is not growing at the speed that I would like it to. What's the issue? City waste disposal is limited? That's not true. It's sorted. I am watching it right now, and it looks mostly sorted. Maybe it is not mostly sorted. That could very well be something that we want to try and rectify. The good news is, though, I think we're mostly fixing things. Yeah, in terms of getting the polymers somewhere. Ugh, the polymers, we're doing so much stuff here. We got loads and loads of polymers coming through. That's great, but we need way more. We need way more aluminium in order to get it all to work. And there's not a huge amount left over here. Yeah, I'll maybe change that in just a sec. And to be honest, this could very easily be trainified. I might do that. I feel like part of the issue is this horrific drive. Yeah. I also feel like this area, it's fine for now. There's a little bit of water seepage, but we're mostly okay. A little bit of water seepage here and there. Yeah, this is just not a very sort of like well-planned setup. But I tell you what the first thing is going to be. First thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go and rework this aluminium area. We're going to max out all of our operations. I'm going to clear up all of the junk routes that are currently doing, you know, transportation up to here. I'm going to delete them all, and we're going to use trains instead. Right, well, we're mostly there. I did kind of run out of my extractors, but at least we can do what we need to do. So we get this over here. I have created a very long and quite windy train route that don't look too closely at where it goes. But it's deleted a few sort of road stops as well, and I think it's going to allow me to do a lot more, definitely a lot more sort of like high capacity stuff here. So really good to get that done. And I'm going to get some more factories and whatnot set up as we go. Maybe one more there, perfect. And then just build, 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 build. Yeah, how does that work? Is that good? It's not bad. Hey, those carbon nanotubes can now be used to create a formidable nanocomposite building material. Okay, that's good. That is really good. I don't know what we're going to do with it. Tempered steel, nanocomposite. Okay, the tempered steel is just steel bar and nitrogen. That is reasonably easy for us to deal with. Let's get this in here. This in there. This in there. Very good. And then there. And there. Fine. Let's delete you. Cool. All right. I think that should be all of the sort of supply that we need in order to make everything work. Will it be enough will it be enough capacity, production capacity? I'm not sure yet. We're just going to have to wait and see. We've got loads of aluminium ore coming out of the ground. If I need to move it around a little bit, I will. I can move it to maybe a new production area, but that's fine. Right. Let's see. Bogota, do you need a new type of resource? You do. You need this nanocomposite nonsense. Right. Well, that's a good excuse to get, perhaps, a nanocomposite delivered by train. So, we currently make... This is actually great timing because we have got loads and loads and loads of aluminium bars that need to be turned into these things, carbon nanotubes. So, carbon nanotubes, nanocomposites, it's a lot, it's fine. I need to get... I should probably just build... Yeah, build nanocomposite here, nanocomposite there, copy a depot to there. Bogota's needs have changed. Yeah, I'm sure it's just gone down a little bit. Tempered steel. Tempered steel. Is that in a factory? It is. Steel bar and nitrogen. Steel bar and nitrogen. I mean, my steel is coming from here mostly. To be fair, we got plenty of steel capacity. If I just drag and drop this setup, yep, to here. Oh, of course. I did add, by the way, I added an extra assembly plant for more extractors. Gonna build more of them because, believe it or not, we absolutely do need them. So, yeah, be good to get that sorted. So, these three will make steel bars. That's good, and then we collect the outputs. Nice, and then move the output to here. And then we need to find somewhere to combine steel and nitrogen. Nitrogen, of course... Oh, how's this looking? Not too bad. Not too bad. Nitrogen, of course, is coming from up here. I could move nitrogen down fairly easily, in fact. I'd have to set up a new little operation, but that'd be fairly simple for us to do. Do we currently have a sort of integrated rail network? I would need to connect this area up to here somehow. Yeah, because I haven't done that yet. Of course, this is a stupid line anyway, because it's doubling up. But that's fine. So we come down here like so. Oh, look! Look, look, look! Trees! Forests! It's happening. It's happening. Right. That's good. That's all that we need. Now everything is... That's not true. There's this network that's not connected. But it doesn't need to be connected. Not yet, anyway. We're okay with this. We're okay with this. So, steel production. Yep. Great. How many extractors do I have? Probably not enough to fully fill this area in. Yeah, but at least it'll be something, and we can return to this area and deal with more stuff later on. Now, actually, this isn't connected up. I need to connect up over to here. That's fine. Now it's all connected up. The good thing is, as I say, traffic doesn't really exist in this game, so that's okay. It's good. Let's create a little loop up here. And then back down. And it can go both ways, which is perfect. And then over here, I don't really want to destroy my forests, but do I really care that much? Don't think I really do. Nitrogen, let's get 2 nitrogen stops. And then we will get a... what'd you call it? A steel stop. Nice. Steel bar stop. Do that twice. I feel like we're getting better. We're getting more sort of organized, more, you know, reasonably set up. Looks better. Looks better. Looks gooder. Right. Tempered steel. Tempered steel. Tempered steel. How's that? Yeah. I feel like that's okay. Over there. That's not looking too bad at all. And then the output can be collected here. Nanocomposite. No, not, sorry, nanocomposite. It is tempered steel. That is the output. And then from there, do we want to turn it into... do we want to turn it into nanocomposite over here as well? I think the answer to that is almost certainly yes. Let's bring this up here. Let's... is it a factory that we turn it into nanocomposite? Yeah, I think it is. So then here we will do nanocomposite, 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 nanocomposite. The other input that we can get is that space cable elevator. Is that it? Or is it the carbon nanotubes? I think it's the carbon nanotubes, actually. Yeah, it's the carbon nanotubes. So we don't even need the space cable elevator. We literally just need this stuff. And that stuff is produced over here. So, right. Well, the good news is that we don't need this road anymore. We can always replace the road with a rail. I don't really want to destroy too many houses here, but I feel like I'm going to need to destroy a couple. Sorry. Let's pause, destroy, destroy. I don't know if these houses will continue to exist, being sort of out of the greater Bogota area, but that's not my problem. I'm just the supplier. I'm just supplying all of the goods that we could possibly need. Now, that is everything, right? I think that is all of the goods that we need in order to make this operation possible. This will come down here, there, and then this can just sort of link up there. Fine. Doesn't need to be perfect, just needs to be workable. And then the output will be connected, or collected, I should say, nanocomposite there, and then deposited over to here. Is that everything? I think that's everything. Right, New Bogota's needs have changed because the population has dropped by 20. Fine, doesn't matter. So, we got 57 trains. Is that going to be enough? Should be fine. Here. All the way down. Flippin' heck, the water. Man, the water is problematic. That's what it is. Right, over to here. Great. Let's get 10 trains, maybe? Sure. Then a nice easy one, which is going to be from here over to here. Nice. 5 trains. Seems reasonable. Then another easy one, just from here all the way over to here. 5 trains again. Again, sounds reasonable. And then from here all the way over to here. Carbon nanocomposite. 5 trains. Sure. I think that is I think that's great. I think we will have all of the goods that we could possibly need in a very short time frame here. Now, can I place some more trees? Look at how flippin' green this gosh darn place is. This is looking great. Viability 0%. The pine is a little bit better. Let's place a bit more of it. Look at this. There we go. Not enough items. Don't care. Look at it. It's so green. It's so green. Oxygen. We actually have oxygen. I didn't even see that was happening. But yeah, we do actually have oxygen. That is phenomenal. Right, carbon nanotubes are being unloaded. That is fantastic. Carbon nanotubes are into the right place. Tempered steel ingredients are coming. Of course, nitrogen. You can actually see the trains weaving their way down here. But, yep, they will take their time, but they will get into the station and they will supply us with the necessary goods very, very shortly indeed. That didn't take long, did it? Nitrogen coming through thick and fast. Loads and loads of tempered steel. Have I maybe undercooked it by just having one single depot that is dealing with tempered steel? Maybe. I might need to change that. I also might need to get more production facilities, and I haven't really left myself a huge amount of space in order to do just that, but it's fine. Hey, look at that. Look at that. I don't think that we're going to need that many carbon composite things. Nanocomposites. We do need quite a few. But, you know, as long as we're able to sort of roughly draw even, then that's fine. It says that we need a little bit more food. Although, to be fair, food is probably one of those things that I haven't actually built... I haven't built more of. I'm going to move food to there. And then this, I'm going to change the destination to here. So then you can be offloaded by both these two depots, which will make the food situation much more secure. I think, yeah, at minimum 2 depots for absolutely every single type of resource is now an absolute necessity. But yeah, that's looking pretty good. That's looking very, very good. Very, very good. And my new composite operation looks to be working great. I think we do need a little bit more tempered steel, and the tempered steel is basically being held up by a lack of iron. But I think that that is probably in part due to the fact that I have way more excavators, extractors, whatever the heck they're called, to be building, and I haven't yet got around to building them. So, good time to make that happen. Nice. As I say, this is one of the easier problems to fix, which is quite nice. We've got quite a lot of iron over here, obviously, but it's kind of by the by. Yeah, good, good. Here we go. 2 more, just for good measure. 2 more factories. That should help out. Yeah, look, we don't need tons and tons of iron. It is definitely the thing that's holding us up, but for now, not too displeased with that. How are we doing water-wise? I think we've kind of maxed out our water. Ooh. You know what? I don't care about that. Oh, this is entirely... I actually do care about this. This is entirely a floodplain. I don't think I need to worry about it, to be honest. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. I'm gonna choose to ignore it. It's a tactical ignore. I'm gonna use that one. I'm gonna use that one again. A tactical ignore. Right. Are we having recycling issues? I think we are having recycling issues. We're also having slight supply issues. With what? Reinforced concrete? Oh, we don't need reinforced concrete anymore. Oh, video game. It's just the nanocomposite. Well, that changes things. Delete. That is really, really good. That gives us a huge, huge bonus. So, if I know that I just have... Oh, look at how green this area is looking. It's looking so good. If I know that I just have nanocomposite to deal with, then, yeah, that's something special. That's good. It means that I can take drastic action. Here we go, and copy and paste this over here. There we go. Nice. So there's going to be a little bit of sort of pass the parcel, getting the resources from, you know, where they currently are to where they need to be, but that should be plenty of extra capacity, I think, in order to make it all fit together. Be nice if we had 2 drone facilities that are loading up onto the train. That is something that I have now done, which is great. And you can go here. You can go here. A few more of these. A few more of these. Nice. It's working. It's absolutely working. Not to the point where New Bogota is actually growing, but it will. It will. We'll get there. We'll get there. Right, supply is no longer the problem in Bogota. It is unquestionably waste disposal and recycling. What I've done is I've tweaked where my iron is being delivered from. I've now sent it down to... not to here, although that is where one of them's going. I've sent it over to here so that we can sort of feed the composite sort of setup a little bit better. The question is, where is my aluminium consumed? I mean, it's mostly in the... It's mostly in this area, isn't it? Yeah, it 100% is. I need to rework. I need to rework this area. BRB, let me rework this area real quick. Right, I think I've mostly gotten on top of the issues that we were having. There is a real big issue here with the fact that we just do not have enough sort of recycling capacity in general. Also, look at how green this flipping planet looks. How good is that? I've changed this area ever so slightly, just sort of torpedoed the entire iron production area, but I mean, who cares? It's just making greenhouses and what, I guess, like trains and stuff. Although you need high-tech parts. Why are you not making high-tech parts? Because you don't have any aluminium. That's why, but whatever. That doesn't matter. Yeah, the bigger issue is that we've got the polymers that are coming in from here. I've basically turned off all of these buildings because I want the polymers... It just takes such a long time. I mean, we should just like cut this corner off. Pretty much no reason not to, right? Yeah, we absolutely should just cut that corner off. And you, I'm going to recalculate your route. There you go. And you can reroute around here, which is great. Yeah, because it's polymers that we really have lots of issues with, and it's also aluminium, so I'm going to sort that out. But also, yeah, there is a physical limit to the amount that we can recycle here. And we're kind of pushing up against it, I think. You know, I mean, we don't have an infinite amount of storage. We are unloading at a slightly faster pace now, which is great. New Bogota needs city supply. What's the issue? That's an issue with food. Okay, that's a really strange one. It's water? Water? Really? It's because half the... Well, not even, actually. Like... Yeah, why is... I guess... I've no idea. Actually, I'm not sure. Origin, let's put that to here. Make your origin over there. Punt that to there. Punt this to here. Yeah. We should be able to load up much quicker now, I think. Go, good, and good. Does that work? That looks to be working a little bit better. Let's get like a few more trains, double it just to be on the safe side. I think we've got the water, so we might as well get it done. And then as long as we're able to unload at the same pace that we're able to load, things should be good. By the way, we have crested the... I don't know, we crested the freezing point of water, which is quite nice. It's very good. Do I want to do something with trees? I mean, we've done a lot with trees. Done a lot with trees. We're looking good. I don't know if any of those trees are going to take. None of these seem particularly viable. Whatever. Just throw them down. Throw them down. I don't really care that much. Right. So, food. Yeah, let's see. Have my changes to the water supply made much of an impact? Surprisingly, no. Surprisingly, no. Is it just that we don't have enough water being collected or made or what? I mean, I'm really not sure. But yeah, get it all moved. I mean, we do need a lot of the stuff. I don't dispute that. Maybe I just have vastly underestimated how much water we need. Maybe it's kind of like the carbon stuff where we just need to get way more than we really would expect to need. And also, if I just put this into here, yeah, I realize that will, yeah, retire one of them prematurely, but if we do that, then that will mean that everything can get through here, as opposed to not being able to get through and delivered to where it needs to be. So that's good. We're at 11,000 population in New Bogota, which is good. We have a warning somewhere. It is... Oh, this is over here. My fluorite production, my sulfur. I don't care. I'm not that bothered. It's just these two. So that's good at least. That's a great problem to have, I think. Have we gotten back on top of the food situation again? No, not really. Not really. I mean, 6 water is a hell of a lot of water. Hell of a lot of water to go through. And the other issue that we now have is I'm not able to make any more pumping stations. Actually, hold on. Give me more trains. Give me way more trains. We've got plenty of water here. Oh? Great news. We've reached a key oxygen level. Biologists have waited decades for this. Animals will now start to be released into the wild. Cities will also be able to begin to require less oxygen. Nice. I mean, that's great. That's really good. And it was not hit by a population milestone, which is good. So, with this additional water, we able to do anything? We able to do anything more? Get that over there. That over there. Maybe here. Can we offload slightly faster? Maybe if we offload the water slightly faster, that will allow everything to sort of happen at a more rapid speed. Does kind of look like that's happening. Here we go. That's good. This is good. That's more food, and more food is more growth. 11,708. So we're in a good place. We're in a good place. Not the perfect place yet, but we're in a good place. God, I mean, look, we solved the food problem, and then immediately we're hit with the recycling problem again. What is this? This is metal waste? Metal waste is just such a pain in the backside. There's so many pains in the backside here. And it's all, like, yeah, steel bars. Who's taking steel bars? You're taking steel bars down to here. But, of course, nobody uses refined concrete anymore. You're taking steel bars down to here. That's useful. That's good. But it's overflowing. And I should not have done this. Here's what we need to do. We need to change this so that we go down here. Yep. Down here. And then, I mean, sure, whatever. Rejoin this route there. Basically, this, which drops off its iron, needs to go to here. This is going to be the first priority then. So the iron will all get dropped off. Let's double up that so that we've got some more space. This steel, which we can have there. This will be set as a backup. This will be set as a backup. That will supply to there, and then you will supply through there. It's not perfect, but it will mean now that we will have way, way, way more sort of direct control over exactly where our recycled steel is going. And this is the best place for it. It needs to be going into this manufacturing process, because if it doesn't, then we will continue to have massive, massive backlogs. I also need to get, there we go, two more steel bar loaders right here. I don't think that we're going to need this setup again. Space cable, elevator things, don't think it's necessary. So let's not sweat the small stuff. I think that is everything that we need to do to get Bogota growing again. I hope, because that feels like everything I possibly can do. We're 97% there. I mean, even though we've had our issues, right? I mean, we've been pretty darn stable throughout this entire operation. Yeah, reasonably happy with how this is all sort of coming together. I think we'll get another output here, and we'll get another one of those. Yeah, so I think that should all still be connected together, and it just means that we can output, you know, from 2 disposal facilities instead of 1. Because if this gets like 4 units on it, then it will immediately overflow. And if it overflows, it stops all growth, which is, you know, something that we would wish to avoid. Either way, 1.2 degrees Celsius, not too shabby if I do indeed say so myself. I can't believe it. We've actually moved all of the recycled materials. That's remarkable. It's only a matter of time before something breaks down. But for now, it's looking good. It's looking very good. And look at the size of this place, by the way. Look at the size of this. Oh, this is looking brilliant. This is looking excellent. Trees? I mean, trees are not everywhere, but wherever I've splattered them across the planet. They seem to be holding up pretty well. The water is not prohibitively bad. You know, there are issues in some places, but yeah, reasonably easy to get around. I don't know what the sort of rate of farm requirement. What? We're going to be able to farm? We're actually going to be able to make our own seeds? That'd be kind of cool. 20,000 population. Here we come. I feel like this city is growing at like 1 billion miles an hour. I basically have had no supply issues at all. I mean, wow. I'm surprised at how quickly that worked. Right, please be advised the organization is now in charge of maintaining global peace on Earth. Your nano composite will be a great contribution to this noble cause. Please bring some to the space elevator. It's worse than we thought. The space elevator was not meant to provide resources for war. Okay, well, reach a population of 30,000. I don't think the needs have changed. There's nano composites which are needed, but they are being supplied, well, hopefully as quickly as we possibly can, right? Is this the... It's food, yeah, so the offload is here. It's fine. And then just punt that into there. Good, so that'll at least give us a little bit more throughput. It's not... You know, we've got plenty here. It's just about offloading it actually into the city. City supply is still looking pretty good, but that's fine. Right. How much nano composite does the war effort need? 1? Just 1? Various seeds for the cost of 1 nano composite. Well, we actually have plenty of nano composite, as far as I'm aware. Or do we? Yeah, we do seem... we don't have a tremendous amount spare at the moment. But that's fine. I mean, if I just copy-paste this entire operation... Yeah. Copy-paste... Here. Yep. In fact, to be fair, I could have just copied and pasted this. Copy and pasted this operation too. Yep, copy. And paste. Yes, if we do that, is that going to allow us to get a little bit more? I'll tell you what I should do. I should copy this to here and copy that to there, that to there, and that to there. That's better, right? That will allow us to sort of alternate things slightly more efficiently, I hope. And it will also give me more nanocomposite production, which is really what I am after in the first instance. We'll see if it works. Can I put this here? Yeah, if I put that there, then that will allow us to spread the load a little bit better of all of the mixed resources. And let's see if we can try and take some resources over to the space elevator. I am not overly convinced that I feel great about, I don't know, perpetuating war or whatever, but I mean, I gotta make seeds. I gotta get seeds. I gotta do what's right for my colony. Right. Over to here, I guess, right? Yeah, because then we can reuse nanocomposite. 5 trains. Yeah, because then we can reuse this to hold nanocomposite. Paste, paste. Good. Delete. Delete, delete. And then we just wait for the goods to arrive. Of course, now we've got no seeds that are coming through, but we will have seeds that come through in a little bit. Or we should be able to farm our own seeds, I hope, in a bit. But we definitely do need food. I mean, we have no option but to supply this resource. Right. It's good. It's looking nice. This is great. Yeah, very, very happy with how this is all working out. Steel bars, still bringing steel bars by the boatload down from our recycling operation, which is great. New Bogota has already grown by about 2,000 people since the last time that we sort of paused and took stock of things. So that's nice. The train is still coming with excess iron, which is allowing us to move beyond those initial sort of production stats and get up to a new elevated level. And I hope that, yeah, we've now got seeds. We've now got seeds coming through. We're delivering nanocomposites. We're dropping off the seeds. It's a 1-for-1 ratio, which works just fine for me. And we're going to continue to grow. Excellent. A few tweaks have had to be made here. Basically, every single resource requires its own dedicated supply center, because if it doesn't have its own supply center with multiple sort of like fully loaded out drones, it just doesn't supply enough goods. Speaking of not enough goods, we might be running into some issues with the nano composite production. I am thinking that honestly, it's not really an issue. It's more just the fact that we're producing as fast as we possibly can, and I mean, we could maybe squeeze in this here, this here, this here, and then maybe rework that to there or something like that. That might do a little bit, but I mean, we just have so much demand for the nano composite that it is sort of causing us some issues, because of course we're sending it up in the space elevator. I mean, look, it's not the end of the world. We're still making a pretty good go of it, I feel. But yeah, I mean, we're still growing occasionally. It's just, yeah, it's literally just that nano composite, isn't it? Yeah, it's just when that nano composite arrives, we grow, and then whilst we're waiting for it to arrive, we don't grow. But that's fine. Maybe a few things that I can do to rework this area over here. I mean, what I don't really want to do is just basically sort of expand out, but I mean, that is kind of the easiest thing for us to do right now. If I just take a big sort of like a big expansion like that, for example, that would probably work out not too badly. I mean, we'd need to connect up the outputs here, but that would work. The problem is that I feel like it pressures the rest of the system to work in the sort of same way, because we're just extending down this line. What would be really good is if we had another sort of like nitrogen stop for, or a rail stop for nitrogen, or another stop for, you know, for iron, or for steel bars, whatever it is. But it's fine. There we go. It's good. Yeah. So we supply to all of these things. We buffer them at the storage facilities, and then as soon as the train comes through, we fill them up both basically to the max. I mean, that does seem to be working ever so slightly better, which is quite nice. And then the resources are going to get moved up and down here. I mean, what we could do, this feels a bit unnecessary, to be honest, but I mean, there's pretty much no reason why not, right? Right there, right there. Yep, just a perpetual sort of like load of trucks that are coming up and down and loading, unloading, etc. Yeah, I mean, it works. It's basically a conveyor belt, to be honest with you. Basically a conveyor belt. And I do feel like maybe we should trash this so that we can have a slightly better setup. Iron, we need more iron, and yeah, the way that we can do that is by doing something like this. There we go. And then that will allow us to supply from the backup, basically, as opposed to waiting for everything else to happen. It takes a little bit of time, but I mean, honestly, it's all a bonus. I mean, as you can see, we've already sort of backlogged that fully. We're growing. New Bogota is growing. And honestly, I am really surprised that it is growing, because I did think that seeds and food would be the problem. But in fact, we're pretty much maxed out. We're pretty much maxed out here. That's 2 full trains of nano composite. That's good stuff. And you know, if they're being held up over there, then that means that more focus and priority is going to be sent over here. And actually, this is looking fine. It's actually the high-tech parts that we might find ourselves running into supply issues with. That or recycling, because there is now such a large demand on recycling. I mean, it's just so huge. It's just, there's so many drones required to move everything. It really is remarkable. I mean, yeah, maybe there and there. Yeah, so if we take more, if we just have more like outputs, then I think it's just going to take longer for everything to sort of accumulate. So yeah, we'll give that a shot. It might not necessarily work. There's not even much point of having these drop-off stations, because they're not even touching down. They're just immediately going. What's the issue? City supply limited. Now it's high-tech parts. Yeah, so the issue with high-tech parts, right? The issue with high-tech parts, and I've not really wanted to deal with it, but the high-tech parts are currently being supplied mostly by this source of aluminium here, right? So this comes all the way down here. It's long, it's complicated. It puts it into here. Polymers are also being supplied by this area here, right? So polymers, recycled, etc. The problem is, right, we drop the polymers off here. If I want to create polymer backup, how would I go about doing that? Would it be possible? I mean, it would be possible, but we have to have the polymers as the backup. So I guess it would have to be here. Do polymers, we say you're a backup. It's going to be a bit messy, like, regardless. And then we just do here, here, because we've got the polymers already. Here we go, drop off. And then, yeah, okay, so that's actually not as bad as I thought it would be. Here we go, 20 trucks. That's good. Because, yeah, I really do worry about the fact that if we have too many polymers in the system, then it all goes completely haywire. It all breaks down. It's an absolute nightmare. And it's not good. I also expanded out here. I can't remember if I spoke about this, but I expanded out here. And maybe this is our sort of, like, secret little secondary staging point. There we go. We go back up. This is going to be the shortest journey. Sorry, maybe the second shortest journey, actually, that we've got here in the game. But it's a backup, and we can supply to other places through 2 points. But they're both registered as backups. And hopefully that's just going to give us a few more bits to work with. Also, the route that we have here is kind of ridiculous, to be honest. I mean, we could absolutely cut the corner off here and just make things go way faster. Recalculate. Yep. There we go. Shocking that everybody is gonna go way quicker now, so that is nice at least. And yep, occasionally you can see New Bogota is occasionally flashing. It's flashing green. Green for growth. I don't know what the issue is, but there's always something. Oxygen now apparently is the issue. I mean, build more supply stations that we can supply at. Because if we have more supply stations, then that's better. I cannot believe how many additional supply depots I've needed to build. It's crazy. It's crazy. We're probably going to need to get more. Yeah, probably just build more there actually for the high value components. The more we have, the more security that we can keep growing even through those really sort of like these low moments. It's just that little bit of extra oomph needed to get us there. Either way, I'm really, really happy with how quickly everything is sort of coming together. Do I need this depot over here? Probably not. Get rid of it. Ditch those high-tech components. Immediately replaced with a house. It's cool. It's cool. I love how big this city is. My forests are, I mean, what the heck? That's a proper volcano thing. That's a proper ocean right there. Is this gonna threaten my nitrogen setup? I'm not sure. Okay, what do we got? 30,000 population. War rages on Earth. We need more resources. Bring more nanocomposites so we can continue to give you seeds. It's terrible how they extort us. Earth controls our labs. Right, we've unlocked organic waste. Oh, not more waste. The space elevator now requires twice as many nanocomposites as before. Compost can be produced in a recycling center from waste. Right. Well, I don't really care about the fact that compost can be produced in the recycling center. I'm happy that it can. What I'm not so happy about is the fact that we need to take more waste out of here. Right. Pumping station. We don't have any pumping stations. We don't need the pumping stations. I'm not going to worry about that. Compost is used here, right? We got plenty of compost. Right. I think I have a plan. First thing that I'm going to do is get the... Where is it? Waste disposal set up. Yeah, we want to go something like 1, 2, 3. This is just, I mean, it will be for all of them, but mostly this is going to be organic waste here. There we go. Organic waste, and then right in the center here, we're going to have our truck pickup station. And where do we want to move it to? Maybe here. Why not, right? Why not? Not too far, not too close. Keep it about middling. Right, there, organic waste. Lots of trucks. We can't have too many trucks. You literally cannot have too many trucks. So, organic waste will come across here, the recycling center. We will make compost. Wait, what? We need to supply nitrogen as well? Well, that's going to be quite easy to do, actually. Yeah. Quite easy to do. Because we already have it coming down from this track over here. Yep. Round, loop, perfect. I mean, it's not going to win any beauty, contests, but it's good enough. It's good enough to work. So, nitrogen, we already have a massive excess of nitrogen. So, bring you down to here. Excellent. Maybe like 6 trains. Yeah, 6 trains seems reasonable. So, organic waste, it's going to give us compost. We're going to need somewhere to pick up the compost. I will pick it up from here. Excellent. And then, where do we want to take it? I mean, I have an idea, right? I have an idea where I want to... I know exactly what I'm going to do. We're going to have a little outcrop up here, right? So far, so good. Not complicated. Oh, it's almost as if I made that mistake on purpose. If you believe that, you will believe literally anything. Right. Here's my next plan. I'm going to have unloading dock for compost right here. That's undo. I love the undo button, and I have used it not very much. This is going to be set as our backup. So this compost, the destination, is going to get set as here. You're going to go into there. You're going to offload at the backup. And then the new train, which is going to pick up from here, is going to unload directly. Well, right there, where you left. Where you left the slot available. Good. Very nice. And then we'll also collect another sort of compost thingy right there. It's good. And yep, there might be a little bit of oversupply, at least early on. It's fine. Get 2, 3 trains, something like that. Nitrogen is going to take a little while to arrive, but that's okay. And New Bogota, in the meantime, will probably start to be overwhelmed totally by organic levels of waste. But in the meantime, the city will grow. The city will grow. I can't believe it's still happening, but it's good. There is a slight reduction in... Yeah, reduced need for oxygen is minus 13%. It was, the last time I checked, it was 9%. So it's happening. It's happening slowly but surely that we are getting on top of things. Also, plastic waste, organic waste. Do I need to move organic waste from up here as well? I didn't really anticipate the need to do that. Kind of hoping that I don't need to do that. I don't think I do. I think as long as we move it out of here, it should be totally fine. Nitrogen is coming through. Great. Loads of nitrogen. Gonna get another offloader. Gonna get another one of these. Gonna get another one of these. Another one of those. Good. So as long as we're able to get all of the compost loaded onto the train and get out of here, we should have no real issues. Good. And then Bogota should continue to grow. The city waste disposal, we will get on top of that. I mean, I know we have a little bit of a backlog of organic waste, but could maybe increase the number of trucks that we have and slowly but surely remove even more of those. Don't think that we've got any other sort of holdups. It all looks good to me. There's a few sort of stockpiles that look a little bit juicy. But, I mean, it's just because the drones are absolutely flat out doing all of the waste removal that they possibly can. So well done. Well done, I say. Can you believe it? After all this time, we're still running out of oxygen. I mean, I haven't really tweaked my oxygen setup, I mean, at all, since I basically started, to be honest. I mean, I think I've adjusted it, what, once? You know, nothing majorly, but I was kind of, like, not expecting to adjust my oxygen setup. Oh, are we? Oh, we don't have any more of these items. Well, that could be a problem. I mean, they're not overly complicated to build, are they? They're just mechanical parts and aluminium bars. But I haven't really accounted for the fact that I won't have... I mean, it's probably over here, right? It's probably somewhere over here that I manufacture them. I cannot for the life of me remember where. This is a disaster. This is an absolute disaster zone. Construction sites. How many... I've got 213 construction sites. What does that even do? I don't even know what that does. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Also, look at this. Look at this. We're holding back quite a high level of water, to be honest. It's quite impressive. Not so much down here. This has worked out very, very well. All things considered, it might have cost an extra little diversion, but yeah, that was just fine. Now, I have got lots of these things here. I'm gonna ditch them all. I'm gonna ditch them all. I don't care. Absolutely don't care, because what I do care about is making sure that we get an appropriate level of oxygen production. Yeah, that is way more important than just about anything else right now. Go. Good. Probably don't have many more. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I think that will probably be enough. That will probably be enough. I feel like my oxygen generators should be more efficient now, right? Like, they're getting more oxygen in the atmosphere. Thankfully, just enough. They're getting more oxygen in the atmosphere, so therefore it should be quicker for them to operate, right? This is an absolute nightmare. Look at this. Looks like plastic waste is the sort of thing that we need to... yeah, you know what? Put that in there. Looks like we need more plastic waste. And actually, this is a very, very short route. As you can see, it's basically just a belt. I mean, it's a... it's just crazy. It's crazy. I would like to maybe do... like something like this to here. Plastic waste. Yeah. I don't know how many resources we can actually get onto that line, but with 2 fully plastic waste disposal belts, it might just be enough. I've noticed, by the way, that our temperature, yeah, you can very much see there, our average temperature increases have slowed down. I think that's probably a good thing. You know, we don't want to be going too hard, too fast on the old greenhouse gases. We don't want to be boiling here. That being said, do I care? I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I suppose we're just happy to be here. Either way, this is looking much better now. Up to 40,000 and 50,000 people, definitely within sight. Also realizing now, I probably could have, like, if I'd grown Toronto and or New Istanbul, probably be a heck of a lot easier than growing one city to the absolute max. I mean, I suppose I could have just supplied all 3 cities from the same sort of production lines, but I've just chosen to go all in on one big city. I don't feel like it's been prohibitively difficult. I think you're kind of supposed to pick one city and just kind of go. But, yeah, that's what I've done. Right, I've got some more trees to plant. The viability of some of these trees, very low. Can I just zoom out and, like, plant all over here? You know what? If the viability if it doesn't, like, work out, then does it really matter? Not really. We're just gonna absolutely go for it. I love it. No viability, not enough items owned. Oops, this one. Nice. There we go. I must have done... Where's my trees? I don't see a single tree. Well, I must have done a few trees. I'm sure eventually it'll matter. Right, I've not checked on the space elevator. I suspect that, yeah, we're still supplying a plentiful amount of nano composite. It's actually the seeds that are the limiting factor. We're not really in need of that many seeds. My seed production, transportation network, and food production buildings have actually worked pretty great from the start, to be honest. I don't think we've really tweaked them at all. Waste is now looking a lot better as well. Oh, this is all looking so good. This is all looking so good. I'm really surprised that we don't need more, you know, recycling facilities. But I'm delighted how it's all sort of working. Nitrogen looking good. Organic waste production looking good. 50,000 population. It's happened pretty darn quickly. I want to know what's next. And boom, we've done it. 50,000 population in New Bogota. We need as many resources as possible. It's your only priority now. Seed supply is cut off until further notice. They've gone too far. Just do as they say. Okay. Give 2,000 nanocomposite to space elevator. Oh, Depot Mark 3 and a container ship. Oh, I can't wait. Absolutely can't wait. Okay, well, this is going to be done in basically no time at all. The nanocomposite is... We're making in quite good quantities still, I hope. New Bogota is going to continue to grow. What do you reckon our population cap is going to be? 60,000 maybe? What's the oxygen negative penalty now? Or negative bonus, I should say. 19%. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Where's my nanocomposite stuff? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We're transferring it. We're making it work. We need more iron to come through. But why are we not getting more iron? We should have plentiful amounts of iron coming through here. Probably because we are running out of the stuff. Yeah. Yeah, we're running out of iron pretty much everywhere that we go. There's not much that I could do about that. We could maybe look at exploiting some new... oh! What? An elephant? We can take control of an elephant? Oh, this must be like what a flat earther elephant sees. Like, you know, when you see the edge of the world, it's just a big wall of ice or whatever. That's pretty darn cool. That's pretty darn cool. Okay, 2,000 nano thingies. Let's get that done. Let's move ahead and get that all sorted for Earth. We're about halfway there. However, I've done something that I think you might be interested in. I've basically created the longest railway line that I possibly can, basically across an entire ocean, next to a volcano, down to what is effectively, I don't know if that's the pole, close to the pole, because I wanted to tap into this delicious iron ore patch. I was like, I'm fed up of waiting for more steel to be delivered. So I thought, what the heck, let's do it. I also ran out of trains, so I've restarted train production somewhere. It's like over here. It doesn't really matter. But what I've done is I've basically just got like a station. So as you can see, my trains will arrive. There we go. I don't know when are they going to arrive? Excuse me. Yeah, here we go. Here's my iron train. My iron train arrives. Excellent. Comes into the station to here. All of these brand new drone pads will unload all of the resources, and then they will load up the next trains. Therefore, I don't need to change any sort of like onward connections. I just need to kind of make it all work kind of as is. Also linked up all of these connections over here. I mean, it doesn't really work. Yeah, this doesn't really work overly well, because it's all sort of dependent on like 2 or 3 key drone delivery bays to deliver to the factories. But you know what? I mean, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. With this iron production now, I mean, it's just working fantastically. If I double up the number of trains that we get, I mean, we can deliver some serious amounts of iron, like seriously quickly. Could maybe have made this the sort of backup delivery sort of zone, but I mean, I don't think it really matters. The point is that everything will continue to get funneled through here, which is just perfect. And then if it gets delivered to, for example, over here, the nano composite area, then, you know, we still have the sort of like regular backup system in place. So we're still using the recycled steel first, and then we are using the new stuff that we're bringing in on the trains, just from further and further afield, which I think is okay. Yeah, it's fine. Well, we are almost there. We got about another 100 nano thingies to go, which is grand. We, of course, are not growing because we do not have the seeds, or at least I don't think that there's any way that we can get the seeds, right? I don't believe so. Yeah, there's no way that we can get the seeds. We're at a population of 54,000, which is about as high as we're going to go for now. But that's okay, because we're about to hopefully unlock the ability to make our own seeds, which is quite exciting. And I think this is the last train. There we go, to get us all the way up to level 19. Earth, we are no longer supporting your war. We declare our independence now. Take this as proof of our determination. Whoa! Look at that! Space elevator destroyed. I feel like I should have been consulted on this decision. We've taken control of the planet, and consequently, we can finally use technology blocked by Earth. Watch out for the falling space elevator. Hey! Okay, various seeds are made in the Botanical Research Center. We've got the Depot Mark III, which is polymer bars and tempered steel. Botanical Research Center is reinforced concrete. Ah, right. So, that's going to be a problem. And then a container ship. Transport a huge number of containers across oceans. The path requires 3 free hexagons abreast. Right. That's going to be an issue. Here's the thing. I think New Bogota has got a... Yeah, I don't think that we can have a secondary sort of research specialism. I think we can only... That's a bit of a problem. Dynamite, pile of dirt, terrain tool. Oh, and that's level 20. Oh, I really want to try and get to it. I mean, we do need to get botanical research. Botanical research. I mean, we could try, if I try building this here, maybe we can. Maybe we can. Oh, no. Yeah, City is already specialized with another research center. So if I go over to probably New Toronto, which is going to be slightly easier for me to get to. City can't specialize with this type of research center. It absolutely can. So if I supply 200 research concrete, 200 concrete and 200 parts, let's see. Will this work? Let's give this a little test. Also, I absolutely need to get manufacturing some fancy depots. I really need to put them to the test, because they will undoubtedly be excellent. It looks like... Yeah, they've got a huge area of effect. If they've only got 2 drones, that might be a little bit of a drawback, but who cares? We'll test it out in just a sec after I've got this set up. Right, we are making a very small number of Depot Mark IIIs here. We got a couple of them. We could put them to use if we want to. I mean, there's no real need to, I suppose. It's just dragging polymers from over here somewhere, where one of my big sort of atmospheric farms, etc. But that's fine. In the meantime, New Toronto is finally getting a construction site up and running. I'm doing something naughty. I'm taking the high-tech parts from the basically from right outside New Bogota. Like here, I'm just collecting all of the high-tech parts that are being delivered. Of course, I mean, yeah, there we go. So we're now able to make, I presume, a very, very, very small number of seeds. And if I build this here and I say various seeds, how many seeds is this going to give us? Let's delete this, by the way, because I don't need this anymore, and delete this as well. I don't think this is going to give us annual production of 4. Right. I feel like that might not be enough. Well, you know, yeah, it might be. I need to change. So the space elevator is kaput. We no longer have it. Origin, yep. let's do here now. There we go. So now you can transport all the seeds that you want. I should probably try and grow this city at least, like, nominally. Supply center, what do you need? You need concrete? Man, I haven't built concrete in such a long time. Do I even still remember how to make concrete? It's a bit of an oxymoron. Of course I remember how to make concrete. But, yeah, let's maybe see if we can try and do, yeah, like a very, very small amount to this city over here. Because I don't really, not gonna lie, I don't really care for New Toronto. There we go. Truck here to here. Concrete. Yep. We need to supply concrete right in there. Where are you? There we go. Nice stuff. Yeah, huge numbers of trucks here. But that's the thing, is that the city is so small that I don't actually think we have to worry. We don't have to worry about that much concrete. I only need to, like, increase the size of the city ever so slightly. It's already got a specialization. That's fine. But if we could produce more than, 4 seeds per annum, that would be great. But it doesn't necessarily have to be super large in order to make that happen. Yep. This is looking good. There's pretty much no need for oxygen now. At least I would imagine. Minus 58%, so it's pretty darn close to it. It's starting to spread out here. Very good. Annual production has gone up to 5. That's what we like to see. The other thing that I'm actually now realizing we probably could have done is we probably could have gotten ourselves a secondary botanical building, because all we need to do is basically throw down another one of these. I mean, I know research center is not connected to the city. Okay, but I mean, it would be theoretically if we decided to do that. It's definitely an option. Although, to be fair, I mean, the annual city production is basically doubled already. I mean, it's not tons. It's not tons and tons and tons of seeds, but we don't actually need that many seeds in order to get everything to sort of work together. I mean, we've only got 3 trains on this line, and 3 trains managed to deal with New Toronto's needs have changed. Yeah, they've probably gone to oxygen or whatnot. But, I mean, we don't really need that much oxygen, right? We could probably just, I mean, we are probably over capacity for oxygen here, right? Yeah, we're probably over capacity for oxygen there. Let's take away, like, a line. See if that makes a meaningful impact. And then let's just do, like, one of these depots, the big ones. That's right, the brand new ones. Oxygen. 4 drones. Nice. That's pretty darn sick. That is pretty darn sick. We'll go here. Oxygen, 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 oxygen. And then I would honestly consider that will be enough. I don't think that we're going to need much more than that. We maybe do, but, I mean, yeah, no, not a chance. Not a chance in heck. Not when there's a minus 50%, sorry, 62% reduction in the required oxygen. That's pretty darn sick. So yeah, I think even with a sort of small secondary town, definitely possible for us to make this happen. Food-wise, I mean, we're not supplying any food. We are literally not supplying even a single peep of food, and it is just food that we require, and it's just the seeds that we require. Okay, well, let's let this run for a little bit. Let New Toronto sort of level up. Let the seed production increase just a little bit. See where it takes us. Well, things are looking good. I mean, we've just got New Toronto to the stage where it needs reinforced concrete instead of regular concrete. But I mean, even then, I mean, the seeds are. I mean, the seeds are at a good level. Like they're not necessarily at a bad level. We're not quite to the point where we can completely supply sort of all of the food needs. I don't actually think that we're a million miles away from satisfying New Bogota's, I mean, quite frankly, ludicrous demands. It's a lot of food that is required here. I mean, there's a lot of flipping everything that's required, but especially food. Although these are 2 full food trains that are just coming through. Yeah, there's a little bit of growth happening. Satisfactory. Yep. How are we doing in terms of waste? We're full of organic waste. That's because the compost is nowhere to go, presumably. Yeah, let's let's bang down a big boy over here. What is that? Organic waste. Yeah, nice. So that will maybe give us just a little bit more growth. Just a little bit more growth. Just a little bit of food. Just a little bit of food. But to be fair, I don't think it would really take us... I don't think it would really take us that much time, effort, and energy to get Toronto up to level 2. I mean, we've got all of the sort of advanced stuff. All of the sophisticated stuff. The really sophisticated stuff. I mean, we're basically already there. We're basically already there in terms of food. It's just... Yep, look, there we go. We literally just saw a little bit of growth there. That's fantastic. Anyway, I think we're going to wrap this one up. I have gone on way too long, but I have really, really enjoyed this game. It releases very, very soon indeed into 1.0, depending on when you see this. It's one of my... I mean, look at the size of this place. Look at the size of New Bogota. It's fantastic. It's one of my all-time favorite, terraforming, automation, transportation-style games. We've done something really special here. I'm pretty chuffed with this. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you ever so much for watching. I've been Orbital Potato. I'll catch you next time. Bye.